All right, what it do, what it do. All right, so the title of today's discussion is The Infinite Self, choosing the version that honors you. Okay? Choosing the version that honors you, right? Because you are an infinite being. And within you, you have infinite versions of you, right? Versions of you that attract things you don't want. Versions of you that are in alignment with the things you do want. All right? So how to choose, how to choose, how to choose. All right, here we go. The mirror of possibility. Why would you remain in a version of yourself that does not honor you? What's up, what's up? What's up, what's up? Why would you remain in a version of yourself that does not honor you? Why would you bow to the reflection that diminishes you when infinite others stand waiting in the hall of mirrors? So often we cling to the smallest image, the one carved from old stories, the one shadowed by fear, the one pressed down by circumstance. But reality is not a single sculpture frozen in stone. It is clay, and your consciousness is the hand that shapes it. Just as there are infinite versions of others, there are infinite versions of you. All right, so we're gonna talk about that. Now let's expand on what we were talking about earlier today. We talked about how reality shifts. The one substance of source that flows through everything. Okay, the substance of source that flows through the phone that you're watching, the TV you're sitting in front of, the chair that you're sitting in, the food you just ate, your mother, your father, your SP, your ex, yourself. All right, there is this one creative substance flowing through everything, and we call this source. Okay, we call this source, all that there is. Okay, now the same substance that flows through the frame of reality that you're in right now, okay, the picture of reality that you're in right now, is the same frame, it's the same substance that flows through the reality that has everything that you desire. It's the exact same. The only difference is the perspective that you are holding as the center of reality. Okay, you are the seed. You are the seed, and reality sprouts and grows from you. So as you become something, when you become something instantly by declaring, I am prosperity, I am love, I am this, I have this person, I have this thing. The moment that you declare that, you are the seed, and reality then begins to sprout and reveal and change and rearrange to reveal yourself to you. So when we talk about the becoming, right? We talk about your desire is leading you to your becoming. It's not that you yourself have to become anything. You have immediately shifted when you had the desire. Reality becomes a match for you. Reality becomes a match for you. Okay? So it can be very difficult if I think that I have to switch realities. This reality is not something that I want and I have to switch to it. No. You simply switch your perspective. You stay solid in the knowing of who you are. The same substance that flows through this situation you're in is the same substance that makes up the beautiful situation you want. It's just about choosing, choice. Who are you going to be through it all? All right, so scriptures of becoming. Revelations 21:5. Revelations 21:5. Behold, I make all things new. Behold, I make all things new. Remember, this doesn't say some things, and it doesn't say sometimes. Behold, I make all things new. So that includes the version of yourself you step into now. Let's talk about it. All right. This is not a distant promise reserved for the end of time. When we hear Revelations, we want to think of the end times, right? But this isn't a promise reserved for the end times. It is the eternal rhythm of creation pulsing now. Every breath, every thought, every choice is the birth of a new reality. Okay? Every choice, every thought, every acknowledgement, every knowing of who I am, every desire places me in a new reality. Okay? Each choice is the birth of a new reality. To behold is not merely to see with your eyes, but to perceive with faith that the old story need not bind you. The old version need not define you. The old self need not carry into tomorrow. At any moment, the author within speaks again and the script of your life is rewritten. All right? You're not a victim of your past. You're not a victim of your emotions, your circumstances, none of that. You do not have to go through the past to get to the future. You do not have to stand in this present moment and bring up the past stories, hoping to change them so it can project you into the future. Behold, I make all things new, and this moment is brand new. In this moment, choose what you want. Choose love, choose life, choose prosperity, choose everything that is in alignment with your divinity. And allow all of that to unfold, knowing that the same substance that flows through whatever situation you're looking at is the same substance that flows through the exact opposite. Everything that you desire is already in front of you. It's just waiting for your conviction, for your choice, so it can rearrange and give you what you want. All right? So all things new means nothing is beyond redemption. Nothing. No person is beyond redemption. No circumstance is beyond redemption. The barren tree can blossom. The dry bones can rise. The rejected stone can become the cornerstone. When you release striving and consent to the divine yes, you discover that newness is not an event, it is an identity. With God, all things are possible, right? This ain't the case with man. From a human perspective, all things don't seem possible. That's why we have to yield to I am, to that greater part of us, right? Me and the Father are one, but the Father is greater. What does that mean? What does that truly mean? Me and the Father are one, but the Father is greater than me. This doesn't mean that the Father is something up there and out there in the sky. This simply means that the source within me, we are one. Right? It's still me, but it is greater than any circumstance I'm in. It's greater than anything that I can perceive from my human perspective. Okay? Cool. All right. So all things, here we go. To walk in this truth is to live in constant resurrection, where even the ashes of yesterday are crowned with beauty today. Right? Remember Titus 1:15, to the pure, all things are pure. When you begin to see life through the eyes of the pure, it's all working out beautifully. When you begin to understand that you are the perfection in every situation that you walk in. Situation might not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect, so the situation must be unfolding perfectly. I am the perfection within the situation. I am the perfection within this circumstance. I am the perfection behind my emotions. I am just the perfection, point blank, period. All right? So the end of striving. The end of striving. To strive to become worthy is to declare yourself unworthy. To chase after success, peace, or love as though it is outside of you is to forget that abundance does not strive, it selects. You are not here to plead with life to change. You are here to remember that life is a mirror and your selection is its command. Just as in Eden, the orchard is already ripe. Which fruit will you reach for today? The fruit of lack or the fruit of wholeness, right? We talked about the Garden of Eden, the metaphysical meaning of that story, right? We've talked about that several times, the metaphysical meaning of that story, right? In all kinds of different ways. But let's talk, all right? Let's talk a little bit practical right now. Sometimes I get down the poetic mumbo jumbo path, and I got to bring myself back in, all right? You can choose to be whatever you want in this life, okay? You can choose the perspective of whatever. You can choose to look at life and say it's all working out. You can choose to look at life and say, I just can't seem to get it. Both of these are choices. As you walk through life, you are just constantly making choices. You are selecting the perspective to look at everything, right? You walk out the crib and something happens. You get to say it's all unfolding perfectly or shit is fucked up. You get to choose. No one else whispers in your ear and tells you to choose one way or other. You get to decide if you want to take the path of beauty or the path of bitterness. And whichever path you take, that is a declaration of who you are. Okay? It's a declaration of who you are. So I'll constantly tell you, all right, emotions don't matter. Your feelings don't matter. The circumstances don't matter. The only thing that matters is your choice. I am your awareness. God is above your emotions. untouched by your emotions, simply looking at who you are being. Who have you declared that you are? When you invoke the name of God and you say, I am this, I am that. Or when you talk about the circumstance, because the kingdom is within you, the circumstance is just a projection from within you. So when you say this circumstance looks like it's messed up, or when you say this situation might not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect, so the situation must be unfolding perfectly. You are declaring who you are. And reality must follow you. It's law. Okay? The law is impartial. The law doesn't have favorites. Right? The law doesn't care about your gender, about your ethnicity, about your sexual preference. The law simply cares about who you are being. This is it. This is very liberating. Because how difficult would it be to walk around and monitor your feelings and emotions 24/7? How difficult would it be to monitor and change the external circumstances? How difficult would it even be to monitor the constant changing thoughts that you have? But you can always come back to the present moment and remind yourself of who you are. Declare yourself to be perfect. Declare yourself to be someone who knows it's all working out for you. Declare yourself to be prosperity and love. You can always do that. And in stepping in that, knowing of who you are, now reality follows you. Okay? Reality always follows you. Identity and then circumstances. Change my identity, circumstances follow. If I base my identity on circumstances, circumstances stay the same. I stay in the hamster wheel. You must change your identity so firmly, so absolutely in the knowing that you are perfect right now, in the perfect alignment with Source, that you no longer look for external circumstances to validate you. That you're no longer looking for breadcrumbs so you can actually walk in faith. Because reality is actually waiting for you to walk in faith so it can reveal who you are. But if you're waiting on reality to show you something so that you can have faith, you will constantly stay on the hamster wheel. Right now within you, you have all the power that you need. You are all powerful. You're not just powerful, you're all powerful. Right now, reality is watching you at this very moment, saying, who are you being? Right now. Not 5 seconds ago, not 5 seconds in the future, but right now, who are you being? Okay? And when you make a decision on who you are being, you influence everything to follow you. Okay? Cool. So the infinite self. You are not one self. You are infinite selves. The timid you, the courageous you, the abundant you, the awakened you, all exist now. All exist now. Every possible version of you waits for your consent. To remain in the lesser self is not humility. It is forgetfulness. To play along with the illusion. Say, things are just not working out. I just don't know what's going on, right? To play around in that illusion is not humility. It is forgetfulness. I will go a step further. It's dishonoring the source within you. Calling yourself anything less than divine is using the Lord's name in vain. Because you are source. Every time that you say I am, you are invoking the name of God within you. And so every time that you say you are anything that you would not call the divine, you are using God's name in vain. It's beyond just quote unquote forgetfulness. It's beyond that. It is disrespectful to yourself, right? To rise into your greater self is not arrogance, it is remembrance. I am source, right? I will often say one of the highest levels, the highest level in my perspective of self-actualization is I am source. I am God. Okay? I am God, you are God. And in this knowing that I am God, that truly means every word I speak is an expression of God. The way I look at you is an expression of God. When I go within my imagination, within my mind, it's an expression of God. I'm communing with God. Okay? It's not something to be taken lightly. It requires great responsibility. I'm not sitting around saying someone else died and I'm absolved. I'm absolved of all my responsibility. Every step that I take is an expression of God. Me and the Father are one. Okay? So Psalm 82:6, you are gods and all of you are children of the Most High. You are gods and all of you are children of the Most High, right? This is a declaration of identity. To be called gods is to be reminded that you are not a beggar at the table of creation, but a son, a daughter, an emanation of the source itself. The spark in you is not borrowed. It is the flame of the eternal, the same word that called light out of darkness. You are not small. You are infinite, condensed into form. To forget this is to live beneath your birthright. Remember, you are not a fragment of God. That is ridiculous. You cannot divide God. God is all that there is. Omnipotent, omnipresent. You cannot divide this. That's a characteristic of it. You are the wholeness of God pretending to be a fragment. Okay? Children of the Most High are not meant to bow before circumstance, nor tremble before quote unquote rejection. The mirror of the world bends to them because the world came through them. The world is birthed through you. Reality has to be you first before it can exist. Everything you experience was once flowing, unfolding through you. Okay? To walk as divine is to choose as divine. To release the shadow versions. To call forth the reality that blesses you. To let the old self pass away and behold all things made new. You are not waiting to be crowned. You were crowned from the beginning. The question is not if you are divine. The question is not if you are God. The question is whether you will finally walk as such. That's it. This is the question. It's not if you are God. You are a source whether you want to be or not. You are who you say you are. The proof that you are a source is that whatever you identify as, this is how your life follows. Those that identify as victims, guess what? They get more situations that prove to them that they are victims. Those that identify as conquerors of their life, as people that are quote unquote lucky, guess what? They continue to reap what they sow. This is the proof that you need. You are simply a byproduct of your faith. According to your faith, let it be done unto you. Okay? You are not reduced by what the world shows you. The world is expanded by what you dare to receive, to reveal of yourself. The world is expanded by what you dare to reveal about yourself. Choose the infinite self who honors you and watch the mirror of creation bow in agreement. Beautiful. All right, so a couple of reflection questions to really cut through the nonsense, right? Kind of cut through any limiting beliefs. Number one, what version of myself am I still clinging to that no longer serves me? Maybe it's a version of you struggling to be worthy, struggling to be in quote unquote alignment, whatever alignment means. Maybe it's a version of you that's trying to change someone out there. Instead of letting that version of them fade away, so a new version of them, choosing, selecting a new version of them, and loving that version of them so that version of them can actually step forward. Maybe it's the version of you fighting off lack, instead of just remembering that you are a source. Therefore, lack is an illusion, right? You don't fight off the darkness to get to the sunlight. You open your eyes. The sun has been there the whole time. Okay, what version of you are you clinging to that no longer serves you? Okay, number two, what would it feel like to release that version and embody the self who already lives in fulfillment? The circumstance does not matter. The circumstance that you are in right now is created from the same substance of the circumstance that you want to be in. The only difference is you. The only difference is you. You are the center of reality. What's up? What's up? You are the middle, the center, the seed, the root, the stem. You are the core, the sun of reality. The Son of the Most High. Okay? You are the sun of reality, the center of it. Reality is simply waiting for you. For you. Number 3, where am I still striving for what I could be selecting now? Where are you still trying to be whole and trying to be worthy and trying to be loved instead of just knowing that you are source, therefore you are all of these things? When is the last time that you were still? When is the last time you just got real present in this moment? This is where your quote unquote highest vibration is. If you're really looking for a high vibration, it's the present moment. How often are you in this moment, or are you always in the past? Trying to change something back there, trying to condemn yourself, trying to look at how imperfect somebody else was and change them. Arguing for your limitations, saying, how could they change? How could I choose different if this version of them is so terrible? Just holding on to that version of them in that past. Or reaching for the future. I can't wait to be there. I feel so anxious that I'm not there. Reality's not changing. Do you spend most of your time in the past, which is just a thought? The future, which is just a thought? Or do you spend most of your time in this present moment? Where are you throughout the day? Where are you throughout the day? You'll see things will flow to you faster the more present you are. Your presence is your power. The same way, right, that I tell you, if your child ran up to you, the most important thing for them to receive from you would be your presence. Right? When you're having a conversation with somebody you care about, you can tell when they're present with you. This is the same way that I am can tell when you are present with it. How often are you present? Number 4, right? What fruit of reality am I feeding on daily? And is it nourishing or bitter? Okay. What am I constantly saying about myself? What am I constantly feeding my consciousness? Am I feeding it beauty or bitterness? Love or lack? Right? Prosperity or anger? What am I feeding it? What is the story I'm telling? Keep in mind, I'm not talking about the feelings that you have. They will change anyway. Why are you trying to change them? They're going to always be changing anyway. What are you feeding based on your identity? What are you feeding? What are you coming back to the knowing of? That you are perfect, whole, complete, fulfillment, divine, God? Or do you keep going back to, it's just not working out. Oh, this is so difficult. Oh, I need to affirm more. Oh, I need to visualize more. All of those things are saying that you are not who you say you are. You are already perfect. And then number 5, how would the world respond if I walked fully as the version of me who already knows I am divine? How would the world respond if I walked fully as the version of me who already knows I am divine? I'll tell you exactly how the world will respond. By bending to you. By giving you everything that you want. Everything. 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 All right? So next up, some affirmations. Little affirmations for you, okay? Number 1. Number 1. All right. I release the old version of myself and step into the self who honors my divine identity. Miss Elaine and Christina, how y'all doing? I release the old version of myself and step into the self who honors my divine identity. Do you honor your divine identity? I have a Telegram channel that I use for like subscribers. Let me read what I posted in there today. An affirmation I've been called to all day has been, I am a magnet for divine abundance and sacred opportunities. Settling into the knowing that reality is an extension of me. Therefore, my divinity is effortlessly. Let me say that one more time, all right? An affirmation I've been called to all day has been, I am a magnet for divine abundance and sacred opportunities. Settling into the knowing that reality is just an extension of me. Therefore, my divinity is effortlessly extended into everything in my reality. Beautiful. I release the old version of myself and step into the self who honors my divine identity. And by honoring my divine identity and by knowing that reality is me, reality is just an extension of me. So when I honor my divine identity, reality effortlessly reflects that back to me. Effortlessly. Beautiful. Number 2, I no longer strive. Striving is for people that are not brave enough to know. Striving is for people who are not brave enough to know, are not brave enough to assume, don't have the balls to know. I no longer strive. I select the reality that blesses me now. Psalm 46:10, be still and know that I am God. All right? Of course real love exists, Serena. You're alive, right? Your heart is beating. How could real love not exist? Something loves you enough to keep you alive. Loves me enough to keep me alive. Effortlessly. That's true unconditional love. All right? Number 3, every reflection of me exists. Every reflection of me exists. I choose the one aligned with my wholeness. That still goes back to what I was saying before, right? I honor my divine identity. And because reality is an extension of me, it's just an extension of me, right? It mirrors me and reflects my divinity effortlessly back to me. Right? Effortlessly back to me. Yeah, reality is a beautiful extension of you. A beautiful extension of you, okay? I am not reduced by the mirror of the world. The world expands as I reveal my infinite self, right? Don't make external circumstances larger than you. How could they be, right? You are source. I am the Lord and there is no other. You should have no other, no false idols besides me. Stop making other things out there larger than I am. Circumstances are second, identity is first. Next, I dwell in the mansion of abundance, and all things are made new through me. That kind of goes back to what we're talking about with identity. Okay? I dwell in the mansion of abundance, and all things are made new through me. All things are made new through me. Right? So if I dwell in the mansion of abundance and I honor my divinity, knowing that reality is just an extension of me, when I honor my divinity, reality reflects my divinity right back to me in everything. In my relationships, in my money, in the way the food tastes when I eat it, right? In the way the present moment feels when I sit down in it, in the way the sun touches me, and the way new relationships seem to just pop up for me, just blossom, all these people that connect with me. This is the beauty of honoring your divinity. This is the beauty of simply knowing. When you stop trying to know and just know, like I said, trying to know is for people that are not brave enough to just know, don't have the balls to just know. Stop trying to be in alignment and just be in alignment. Just know that you are source, therefore you are the alignment. Therefore, you are the alignment. And last but certainly not least, right? I am divine. And creation bends to the truth of who I choose to be. I am divine and creation bends to the truth of who I choose to be. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. All right? I am that I am. No matter what. No matter what my emotions say, I'm still perfect. No matter what my racing thoughts say, I'm still perfect. No matter what the circumstances look like, I'm still perfect. I am that I am, no matter what. No matter what. Okay, no matter what. All right, that was all I had for today, man. Today was quick, easy, to the point. If y'all have questions, let's talk about them. If y'all want to join, and we can talk. Let me respond. Hopefully this don't pause, y'all. I gotta respond to a text real quick. Okay, cool. Do you think when we're triggered by our biggest fears that it's something we have to fix with inner work? Fixing would imply that something's broken, right? Fixing would imply that something is broken within you. And you're not broken, you're absolutely perfect. It's simply, all right, when you run into those little moments in your life, it's simply a calling or a reminder for you to remember who you are. That's all it is. All right? To think that it's something that you have to work on implies that right now you're not perfect and you have to go through time. You have to go through time. You can't speak for we, right? You can only speak for you. No, we are not all capable of being broken. How could you be broken if you're a source? All right? I am not broken, never have been broken, never will be broken. Neither are you. You can identify, you can pretend to be broken, and therefore you can get a reality of brokenness, but you are not broken. You are absolutely perfect. What's up, man? I can't hear you. Oh, my volume. Hey. I hear you perfectly. How you doing?
Good. So, I was gonna get your thoughts on sacrifice
Okay.
and like in relationships and stuff, in any relationship, the compromising part of you don't want to do something, but somebody else wants you to, so you do it, and how that would be different, I guess, if everyone was manifesting differently. Like, for instance, somebody has this desire, but maybe somebody else in the relationship doesn't, but then they meet a compromise. And if that is not, is that like a reality of the past, where in the future people don't have to even compromise because they find people that want exactly what they want? Or is that just a part of love and growing, learning how to put someone else above your own needs, and like vice versa? So, same thing with Christ. What he showed us on the cross was like how to sacrifice for something else or something better, or for people that you love, and how relationships are kind of supposed to mirror that of self-sacrifice for the other person. But I don't think that you would view it that way.
Why not? Why you don't? How do you think that I would view it?
I think you would say something like, just think a different reality where you don't have to
Compromise?
self-sacrifice.
Well, what does self-sacrifice mean to you? Does it mean throwing away your morals or throwing away what you think you should be receiving from this relationship? Well, if that's the case, then yes, I will say that. But if you're talking about just growing, like, it's two different people that have two different life experiences, two different ways of handling conflict, two different, ways that they've been brought up. Of course, there's going to be different ways that we communicate, different things that we like, different ways that we like to relax. And we're going to have to grow in love with one another over time, right? That is a verb love. That's not the inherent love that you are, but that's that verb love that you go through with any relationship that you have. So it depends on what you mean by compromise. If you mean just, here's my thing about relationship, right? I'll tell y'all my type of woman. My type of woman is the woman that likes me the most. That's what my type is. Because when you really like somebody, you are willing to do stuff for them. You're willing to grow with them. You're willing to forgive them, to compromise with them, to do all of those things for them, right? And so when we have that foundation, now we can grow. If you're talking about growing together, well, shoot, I think all relationships have an aspect of growth to them, or else you wouldn't be with that person. This is supposed to be a divine mirror. On a soul level, what your relationship does is they mirror and they remind you that you are God. Right? You're with somebody that calls you to a higher state of being, to a higher level of consciousness. They say, I will not allow you to shrink yourself to the world. I will not allow you to shrink yourself even in the presence of me. I see the divinity in you and I accept nothing less, right? It's a calling forward. It's a divine mirror. Now, if we're going the opposite, and they're pulling you back, right? You're not growing. You're compromising in your growth spiritually, your growth intellectually, the things you want to do in the world. I would say, well, why are you there? So if you're compromising in that level, is that really the relationship you want? That doesn't sound fun to me, right? But if it's, we're compromising because we just communicate differently, right? And now we have to come into this conversation, and the person that initiates it has to say, okay, it's me and this person versus the problem. And this person that's receiving has to say, okay, it's me and my discomfort with being accused of something, right? I have to sit against that discomfort, and I have to allow this person to get it off their chest so we can actually grow in communion with one another. So I think that's a natural part of a relationship. But if they're holding you back, that compromise, then yes, you do need to select a different version of them.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So I think you agree with what I believe, but you also add your spin on it. You can believe for a different version of them.
Yeah.
If the compromise is bad, but if it's just two people needing to learn how to, and I didn't mean compromise in the sense of like, I just mean like two people that maybe don't have the same love language, or just in general in any relationship, like someone asks you, can you do this for me and go to the store to me or whatever, and you don't want to. I've always thought of it as you might not want to, but you learn to grow in love, which requires self-sacrifice. That's what I meant by self-sacrifice. Just like sacrificing your laziness or your
right.
the part of you that would rather be held back, but the love itself requires you to grow and push yourself. But
I get what
we
you're
don't like that, so I would imagine we would think that we don't have to do that.
Who doesn't like that? Who is we that doesn't like that? I think most people are willing to be stretched by somebody that they care about. When it's somebody that they care about, they will sit there and they say, oh, you look, they'll even do little things like say, look, my woman or my man just cooked this. At least let me go help them clean up. Right. I think naturally you want to do that for somebody that you love. I think the problem is that when we get with people that we don't really like that much. Right. I think that part is natural about a relationship. Right. You know what I'm saying? Your woman is like, hey, I need this from the store because she's in her phase, right? She's in that time of the month that she needs some, and I'm sitting there watching TV and I'm comfortable as hell in my drawers, and I say, I don't want to do this shit, but okay. Why? Because my love for you trumps that slight discomfort of just getting my ass up and going to the store and coming back and knowing that you're probably gonna give you a little bit later on, right? So that's a natural part of the relationship, is that you have been used to being by yourself and doing everything on your own terms. And now you step into a situation with somebody else. There's always going to be things that you don't like doing. There's always going to be times where you rather do that. You have different rules in your home. Like one of my rules that me and my woman that I was with before, right, that we had to adapt to is I don't allow people to wear shoes in the crib. I don't want you to put a toe in the crib with your shoe on because it's just dirty to me. Right? It's just my thing. So that's something that we had to change, or that's something that we had to adjust on. But we did that because we cared about each other, right? She had her things, I had mine. I think that's natural because no two people are the exact same, right? Now, when we talk about compromise, when we go further, I'm going to say, I am not going to compromise my desire to not get hit across the head, right? If we talk about stuff like that, well, in that type of compromise, I'm going to have to leave. I'm going to have to choose a different version of you. But me personally, I will leave. All right. So you have to draw the line, because even if we say right or wrong, that's still relative, right? What I might think is normal in growth in this relationship might not be normal to you. Your boundaries might be more narrow or more wide. Okay, so we always have to still use our discernment, use our ability to choose and select, okay, what am I willing to work through? You know what typically happens is when people don't know themselves and they don't know what they'll tolerate with, and they're not comfortable actually having those disagreements and having the conversations about things and actually starting and trying to work through things with one another, is those little cuts, they start adding up. And you let it slide the first time, and then 5 times later, you know what I'm saying, it's not a little thing anymore. Then 10 times later, it's something that you want to explode about, right? So it's still good to know yourself and be like, okay, if that bothered me, let me actually bring this up. Let's talk about it. Because what is better, me actually communicating with somebody that I care about and actually us working through it and figuring it out, or me just sitting and swallowing it, and then later on down the line I explode because I have this perception that people don't want to work with me. When the truth is, we all do that for people that we love. How many times do I want to take my mom to the doctor, or do I not want to take her because I'm doing something, right? But I have to cut it short, cut off my mind right there, and go take her. That's just a normal part of love. That's a normal part of being a human being, of having this experience, is that you make choices. Sometimes you make choices to put others before you, to put others before the slight inconvenience it would cost you. Now, we don't sacrifice ourselves or throw ourselves away completely, but we can still make choices down that path.
So, yeah, so, I'm on the same page with you do create the reality that you want, but there is things in reality that are not exactly what you want every single moment. Like, there's gonna be times where you'd rather just sit on the couch, but the reality is requiring you to get up and sacrifice for somebody else's reality to be better. And so
I get where you're going.
that's
Go ahead. Go ahead. I get where you go. You're always trying to trap me with this, but go ahead. You're not going to trap me.
I'm not,
Keep going.
I mean, I will bring it back to the whole reality thing though. If there are things in reality are not like, we might choose to grow and stuff and choose to put ourselves in situations where we grow, but I mean, if we could manifest ourselves just having the period pads or whatever there already, so wouldn't we just do that?
Do you have enough belief that the period pads would manifest in front of you, right? Because here's the thing. Even when you say that, you're imagining that they just materialize out of thin air, which they could. They absolutely could. But another way that they would manifest out of thin air is me going and getting them for gas. So either way, your manifestation came true. Either way, it appeared out of thin air. Either way, right? Whether I get on Uber Eats and I Uber it to me, or Grubhub or DoorDash or whatever the case may be, whether I go pick it up myself, whether I get somebody to pick it up, or you get your homegirl to pick it up, whatever the case may be, it still does end up there. So it still is a manifestation. It still is, hey, I need this. I decided that I have this. Now, maybe I come up to you and I ask you if you need me to go pick them up for you because you're low.
Yeah. Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that things can manifest, but sometimes maybe the reason back to the whole why, my brain kind of was like maybe figuring it out, is that I think the reason why sometimes we don't get things super easy, like we can't just snap our fingers and then the car just like pops up.
Who is we?
But we.
Who is this we that you talk about? You talking about you?
I'm talking about me, myself, and I. Like,
Okay.
We. We.
The girl speaking French.
So yeah. Now you got me distracted, but what I was trying to say is that I think that reality requires people to learn certain things about love, which would require there to be not everything being super easy, but requiring, you to have strength or you to be able to um, use your, not just your mind power, but also your body power towards something.
Yeah. Okay.
Like all your strength, all your heart, all your mind is not just your mind, but you love God also with all your strength.
Yeah.
And I think that is why sometimes in life we do come up against blockages and different things because we do have to work through some stuff for character building and also
Okay.
just learning how to grow deeper and love for the people around us or God or ourselves.
Okay. So you don't think that there's anyone out there that has fallen in love with their first love and married that first love and has been pure bliss and ease for their entire relationship. They've learned each other. They've been so in love with one another that they were willing to get through whatever easily. You don't think that that's happened?
I
Okay,
do
then.
for sure. I've experienced that, but I will still say that like getting up and feeding them or taking care of them, even though it's bliss in this, it does still hurt sometimes. Like
It doesn't have to. Just because you've experienced that in the past does not mean it has to be your future, right? You can't say, I've experienced this one thing and then I had this one experience of pain and this is how, and so I'm taking that one individualized view and I'm saying, now this is what other people have to experience in their life. That's not how reality is. You don't have, you can only speak for you. And that should be liberating because if you can only speak for you, that means your one perspective is just one of infinite. There are infinite perspectives. There are infinite realities where you meet the love of your life and it's absolutely easy, absolute bliss. You honor, right? You fiend for the ability to serve them. They love the ability to serve you. They honor you in the fullness of who you are. That is possible. That is a reality that people are living. Infinite people are living. Infinite versions of you are also living that. But there's also other versions of you that are stuck in the story that you're telling right now. That you have to struggle. You have to go through these character development things. And you have to heal and all of those things, right? This is what the world feeds us. But does that have to be true? Does that have to be reality? Only if you say it does.
okay, I knew that's what you were gonna say, but I think that you can still love someone and want to serve them, but it still doesn't mean like
You're right.
what if it require like what if love one day requires that you step in front of the car for someone that you love?
You're
Well,
right.
there's sometimes love does require us to demonstrate how much we do love, and then we don't. I don't think most people would prefer that, but if it came down to it, sometimes love does hurt. Like even heartbreak, even the fact that the minute you love someone, you know it's going to involve heartbreak because on this side of things, we do lose people.
I hear you. I hear you, but I'm not going there with you. I hear what you're saying, and everything that you say is valid, and logically it absolutely makes sense. But is that how reality has to be? No, right? I will not argue with you for those limitations, right? That's not how, like, even you give a dramatic example, stepping in front of a car, that's a dramatic example of me showing my love for somebody, right? What are the odds of that happening, right? And yeah, sure, we have a physical transition, but is the physical transition of that loved one, could our life be so full that at the time of that transition, I've loved them as much as I could, and I can even honor the space now that I have without them? That's all possible, right? You can romanticize your life. Your life can be a love story. You don't have to go through that pain, right? I hear you, but you don't have to keep bringing it back to that pain. You can get what you want without that. You can show your love for somebody without having to jump in front of a car, without having to constantly think about death, about that transition. You can have that. It's for you. It's out there. There are versions of you experiencing that right now. Let go. Let go. Let go of your desire to hold on to hurt or to argue for hurt. Let go. It does not have to be like that. You don't always need to have a demonstration of pain to show love. You don't. Love just is. Love is not something that you do. It just is. Love just is. And everything is made of love. And if there's infinite love, that means you can have infinite love in your situations. But the more that we believe that we can't, the more we can't, right? I had a beautiful experience with love until the woman I was with transitioned. Beautiful and absolutely blissful experience with love. And I still honor that experience right now, to this day. I still honor it, right? Every day. You can have exactly what you want. Exactly what you want. You don't have to jump through hoops. You don't have to sit and debate and be upset that you have to do something for somebody that loves you. They don't have to be upset that they have to do something for you. They can love you so much. You can love them so much. You can adore them so much that you are honored to get up and move to help them.
So, people are struggling with that. Does it mean that they're not loving the person that they need to help out in any relationship? They're not loving the person fully enough, like 100%.
Could
They're
be.
struggling.
Could be. But I mean, they could, man. Maybe that's just something. They could. They could. I would say,
So like
from my perspective,
a
no.
mother who is like not wanting to take care of their children the best way.
Yeah.
Is that because the mother has like not fully loved her children, and that's why it's hard to take care of them?
Yeah, could be. Could be a whole bunch of things, right? It could be that mother didn't understand how to love them fully, right? Maybe she's still going through some other things. Her mind is elsewhere, right? She's distracted. She's focused on other things. It could be infinite different reasons why. But yes, one of the reasons why could be she does not love her kids enough. Sure, that could be. But we also know that people sometimes cannot show up fully in certain parts of their life because other parts of their life are just holding them down, right? The bills are piling up. So it's very difficult for them to emotionally be involved elsewhere. There's so many different things, right? So we can't just point it to the one thing and say she's not loving her kids enough, right? It could be so many different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll let you go.
Is that the end of the questions for today?
I always got more, but
I know you do.
I know there's other people that got some previously.
I know you do. I appreciate it. Thank you. Who's next? Who's next? Oh, man. Today's been a good day, y'all. I feel extremely present right now. Life is just good, you know? Family's doing good. Y'all are doing good. Miracles are showing up all over the place. Life is beautiful. Life is absolutely beautiful. It doesn't get more beautiful than this. Miss Rose, how you doing?
Hi, Alex. How are you?
I am
Well, you
always,
said you were good.
I'm always blessed. How you doing?
Yeah, you sound like you're having a particularly good day. Did you want to finish that thought?
Oh no, I'm done. I'm always having a particularly good day.
We like hearing about you too.
I'm not sharing today, y'all.
We like knowing you're good though.
I appreciate it.
I have a question. I was like, maybe I should sign it, maybe be helpful. But I have a question. I think about end state and what to focus on. And as a Neville Goddard student, of course, I'm like very familiar with the idea of the bridge and to not focus on the bridge and go right to the end. And I know it's a very like personal question for everybody, like what is that end state, and sort of how to differentiate between, am I focusing on and trying to kind of consistently land myself in the identity of an end state that's actually a bridge. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Focusing on the how it's gonna come can. Hold up. Can you mute when I talk? I hear my echo.
Wait, I can't hear you anymore. Is that true for everybody? Did we lose?
Yeah, no. Can you mute when I talk?
No, I can't hear you. Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
mute when I talk.
Oh, mute.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on.
Cool. So yes, so when we focus on the end, focusing on the end specifically means right now I am the person who has what I want. Right now it's done. Okay. Right now I am exactly who I need to be. I am the perfect version of myself and I have my desire. That is the end state, right? It's accepting that right now you are the person that you desire to be. Right now, and attached to who you say you are is everything that you desire. That is the end state.
Sorry, I'm figuring out this mute thing.
No problem.
Okay, so that end state, that person, that identity is. Does it make sense if we're actively manifesting around a problem, around the solution to a problem, not just, from neutral, but I would like more of something, but literally inside of a problem. And I think maybe it's analogous to like experiencing physical pain,
Yeah.
like trying to, needing relief from pain, like experiencing a problem and needing relief. Does it make sense to be somebody who has experienced the solution and the relief to that problem?
Yes.
That's the identity, or even further.
Yes.
Like
That
it
I.
never existed, it's over.
So go to the knowing of whatever you want, right? If it's an apology, you already received it. It's already done. That person has already apologized. You've already forgiven them. So y'all are moving on, right? If it's a physical illness, right? You are now healthy, whole, complete, full, perfect as you are right now. So it's going to the knowing. It's going to the end and whatever you want. There is no limitation to the end except for your imagination, right? You can go to the end of whatever you want. Going to the end is going to the end. You always have the right to choose. Whatever the situation is, choose what you want to be the end. Stay in that end. Allow it to unfold. On the unfolding, if you choose a different end, go to that end. You're always going to be growing and choosing differently and expanding. That's part of this game.
Yeah, that totally resonates. I think where I waver is,
Where you what?
choosing different endpoints to focus on and feeling, and again, this is like a Neville thing, so maybe I'm just a bit too oriented with him, but he talks about the ultimate feeling being relief, which I really relate to. It's like a better feeling than joy and fulfillment is literally relief when you're experiencing a problem. You don't want a joyful solution, you want relief from the problem. And so I focus a lot on like what end state feels the most like relief. But then I think, oh, am I trapped here? Because what I'm focusing on is the exact, call or short apology or, reunion or conversation that would solve this, as opposed to kind of moving past all of that and being like, is that getting too hung up on the how?
It's not. But you sitting around and debating if you're doing it right or not, if you're in the right place or not, that is where the problem is. The problem is not in what you're doing. The problem is not in going to a specific end state, that the end state has to be a certain way or this or that or yada yada. All of that is just you debating, right? You simply just doubting. It's just doubt disguised as what? Discernment. Trying to continue to cut through this process and say, oh, I'm not doing it right. Can I do it this way? Can I do it that way? You are source. You are source. It works because you accept that it does. Right? So all of the debating around on am I doing it right or wrong, all of that conversation makes no sense. You simply have to choose. Choose what you want. Go there, and that is perfect. Choose receiving that relief. That is perfect. in whatever way that looks like. That is perfect because you say so. Now, once you choose and you start saying, I don't know, maybe I should do it this way, what you're actually manifesting is confusion in your life because you're being double-minded. On one hand, you're saying, I choose this, but then you're saying, I don't know if I'm doing it right. I don't know if that is right. Should I do it a different way? You see how reality will just reflect you. And so if you're being that person that's batting around your desire, right, you're not sitting in that desire. You're not just going to the end and just staying there. Right? Now reality has to give you confusion to match because you are putting out confusion. You're being confusion. Right? Just make a choice. Your choice is already perfect, Rose. Like, go to the end of that choice. Make that decision. Right? The first choice is this is what I want. The second choice is I've done it perfect. It's already done.
Yeah, that's actually really reassuring because I think I've been bypassing myself a little bit, being like, oh, I would love to be such an enlightened, mystical being in the world that I am unaffected at all by anything that happens because it's like, yeah, no, that's not, I didn't incarnate as her. So what does feel like relief does feel like solutions to problems rather than being like, there are no problems. Relief really does feel like certain phone calls or like certain conversations or certain solutions, I guess, without getting too specific, but just like, God damn it, that would feel so good
Yeah.
have that conversation happen or have that be this the solve rather than it would be great to never to just like have end state be like, oh, the relationship completely healed and perfect and here we are 10 years into it as if none of this ever happened.
Yeah.
But that doesn't feel quite like the same relief. I want relief from what's currently going on. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but once again, you're being a little bit too indecisive. Okay? Which one do you prefer? That's all that matters, and choose that one, right? You don't have to intellectualize why you choose one. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little judgmental about the thing I prefer because it feels so in the middle of ultimately we just want, our relationships just like healed and successful and stuff, but no, what I actually prefer would be like a middle part, which is the healing too. I'd like to experience the healing.
Okay. All right. So okay. Which one's more important to you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Isn't the reunion, isn't the having, doesn't that imply, okay. Which one implies both?
Happy, healed, normal relationship, none of this.
Isn't that already what you are?
The situation is in the past. We're just fine now.
Beautiful. So isn't that what you are right now? Why don't you go to that? That is your end right there. You just said your end. That is your end. It's already happened. Happy, healed, whole, complete, perfect. In a relationship right now. You've moved on past it. That is who you are right now. That is your end. That is your end. Make that your end.
Even though the actual kind of healing also feels like a really satisfying end that I like visualizing around it. I like experiencing in my body. I like it. I feel unafraid, I guess, of the healing. Like that feels interesting and cool and vulnerable and something I want to have.
Okay. Well,
Be in that state to choose.
yeah, it can. Absolutely. You get to make the choice, right? So what I asked you was, which one implies both? So make that your end state. If your end state implies both, then you can go to the knowing that you are that, And then you can still remember how on the path that happened, what you said happened, the healing happened. It doesn't, going to one end does not detract, does not take away the other two occurrences. They both happened. They both perfectly unfolded on the journey, right? You've chosen both. And now your end state implies both. And you can still imagine both. Do you know what I'm saying? You don't have to sit here and you don't have to give up one desire for another. You can have both. You can have it all. You can have whatever you want. So go to the end that both are done, and then you can visualize either one whenever you want.
Perhaps it feels like too difficult. I know that's a story, I can already hear you, but it feels like an uphill battle with myself at the level I'm at right now.
But it's not. That's just a feeling. It's just a
yeah, it's all the way end state, because the fracture in the relationship, or the problem right now.
There's no problem.
But it's so severe, and it's
No, it's not. No, it's not. Rose, stop. Look, I cannot continue to let you do that. You say what you want. Accept it. Once you say what you want, there's always a but. It's okay, but it feels like this, but that, but this. Do you see? The moment that you stop trying to eliminate all of these buts, right? The moment that you stop trying to work through all of these buts, the difficulty that it seems, all of these things that it seems, and the moment that you just accept that you are that person right now, that is where your magic is. The more that you sit and you argue for those limitations and you go back and forth with your ego and you fight that ego, right? When you answer one question with the ego, does it stop? Or does it come up with another question? It just comes up with another question, another question, another question. Those questions are going to continue to go. But when are you going to choose to just stay in your in? This is who I am no matter what. This is who I am no matter what. All right? You are already perfect. You are already in the end with your desire. You are already in the whole, healed, fulfilled, divine partnership, because that is who you are right now at this moment. Okay? You are absolutely perfect. All of those buts is just your ego trying to trick you out of your spot, trying to pull you down this rabbit hole, trying to get you to believe in it. You don't have to identify with those stories. Those are old stories, right? The story that it seemed large. Sure, to man, things seem difficult, but to God, all things are possible, right? If you say to the mountain, move, it will move, right? It doesn't matter what it looks like. The situation does not look ideal. It can look huge, right? This is the metaphysical meaning of David and Goliath. Goliath was a giant. Goliath was supposed to kill David, right? But David was able to knock his ass down with one shot. Why is that, right? It is simply the faith, the knowing of who you are. When you stay in that end, you can overcome everything, right? When you start going down this path of, am I doing it right? And, but the situation seems this way and yada, yada. That is where you have to remind yourself the most of who you are. You are divine and you are perfect right now. Right?
Okay, so then for a realistic example from my day.
Okay.
Trying to stay in that end state of knowing all day today that regardless of the circumstances, I'm actually my relationship is totally right here and present and fine and gorgeous and better, and holding that and running it like a loop all day. I never really clicked in and felt embody that. And then realizing a smaller step up that mountain is, or smaller, more easy for my, I don't know, brain to accept is not, oh, it's perfect and it's we're fine and everything's fixed and it's beautiful. But it felt easier, felt like relief, that Neville word, felt like relief to instead say, right here and right now, I'm the person who is experiencing the healing part of my relationship. And right now we're in no contact, so it's like, that this is still a manifestation, but it feels like something that wasn't giving me anxiety. Because I was like, well, I could believe that. I could feel what that feels like. Because right now, it feels so far away. The idea that everything's just completely fine and I can just go about my day and not feel this intense like grief and loneliness and whatever. That I tried out today, and it really I always say like wasn't working. Never clicked into that feeling of like relief or knowing or any of it. It was like too anxious to feel any peace around that end state. It felt too far away. Is that making sense?
Yeah, it's making sense, but I still believe that you're tying your healing to your worthiness, right? It's like you believe that getting closer to this sense of relief is going to get you what you want. You feeling good about the situation is going to get you what you want, when it's not, right? Simply you accepting that you are the person that you desire to be. That is what is going to get you what you want. And like we talked about last time, man, your emotions are not meant. When you have anxiety, okay, it is not simply meant for you to push yourself through that anxiety and get to some better feeling just for the sake of embodiment. Right? We talked about that, right? It's not about simply trying to push yourself through a feeling just for the sake of embodiment. Even that embodiment it's not a real word. It's not a real concept. You already are source. You don't need to try to embody anything. Trying to embody simply leads to you denying your own emotions. Your emotions are fine. They are perfect how they are. You simply need to experience them, right? And throughout that experiencing, when you come out the end of experiencing them, then you can remind yourself, my emotions led me perfectly to this moment where I can choose that I still am that person that I say I am, no matter what I feel. In this moment, you can strip away the power that your emotions had in the last 15, 20, 35, 45 minutes, and you can still give yourself your humanity. You are on a journey to feel better about yourself, but that's not at the expense of getting what you want. You're not trying to feel better to get what you want. You already have what you want. You already have what you want. So when you feel that anxiety, when you feel that pain, it's about honoring that. It's about sitting with that. And it's not about using that anxiety and coping by thinking about the person that you want. That's not honoring you. That's putting somebody else above you. That's not you loving them. That's lack. You loving them is accepting you have them. You have it. And so right now, when you have their anxiety, it's about making it about you. Sitting with yourself, loving you, being present for you. Like for the rest of your life, you're not going to sit in anxiety and then all of a sudden you think about that person. Because that's how you get out of it. That's not what you're going to do. You're going to sit in the knowing of who you are throughout that. Honor yourself. Love yourself, right? Sit with yourself. Give yourself time for this. And your feelings do not take away from what you want. That is a limiting belief. That because you feel a certain way, you can't get what you want. They're not correlated at all. You already have what you want. Accept it. Your emotions are perfect. Accept them. Love them. Sit with them. Your racing thoughts are perfect. Sit with them. Love them. And when you get on the other side, remember, okay, I already had it. The promise was already made, no matter what I was thinking, no matter what I was feeling. But when you start making this entire journey of I confront this negative feeling by just trying to force my way to feel good and relief by thinking about this other person, what about you? What about what you deserve? What about your soul calling you to be with yourself? What about the hug that you want from you? The love that you want from you? You're not calling yourself back with anxiety or fear or sadness just to think about another person. It's about you. When you start making your life about you, when you romanticize yourself, when you sit with yourself, when you love yourself, now those things can show up. But you have to show up for yourself. We cannot bypass our emotions just for the sake of manifesting. That is not how it works. That's damaging, yo. That's psychologically damaging yourself. You already have it. Now deal with your emotions. Love on yourself through your emotions. Sit with your emotions. You already have it. You already have it, Rose.
Even though that emotional, I like thinking about anxiety as an emotion because then I feel less like it's a state. But even if that anxious state, it's not even that it necessarily makes me feel bad or sad, which it does, but I'm like, I'm strong, I'm okay. But counteracts that knowing. And so the anxiety,
It doesn't.
instead of being like, you're so sad, because I can handle being sad, but the anxiety goes, you're not in that state. You're not.
Okay, cool. And then when you get out of there, you remind yourself, no, it was just anxiety. Right now, I am. When you're going through that anxiety and it's saying you're not, are you sitting there trying to battle it? To say you have that person?
Yeah, all day.
That's the problem. That's going to drive you crazy. That does not feel good at all. You can sit through your anxiety. You can let your thoughts race. Let them race. They're going to race from now to for the rest of your life. Every time they race from this point forward to the end of your life, are you going to constantly just be battling it? You are not your thoughts. You are what you choose to be. Your anxiety can say whatever, but you are not your feelings. You are not your anxiety. You are not the voice of your ego. You can come out the other side and say, look, no. That was just my anxiety. I still am, no matter what. Who is the one who is saying that your anxiety has power? Who is the one who is saying that just because it says no, that you have to battle it and say yes? Who is the one who is making that rule in your life? It's you. You can just as simply make the rule that, hey, look, my anxiety can say whatever, my brain can say whatever, I can get out on the other side and I can remember who I am. I can make the choice. All right, that was just my anxiety. My mind was racing. My emotions were going whatever. But I remember who I am. This is not a journey of y'all sit. Like, let me be very clear. When we talk about the state of the wish fulfilled, the acceptance of who you are, this does not mean that 24/7 you will walk around like a robot saying, I am God, I am God, I am God, I am source, I am source, I am source. It is the constant remembering. You don't sit around and affirm your age all day. You don't sit around and affirm your name all day. But when the situation requires it, you just remember it at that moment. If you say it wrong for a second, it doesn't make you less Alex. You just remember it. When you feel bad and you say, man, I wish this, I wish that, it doesn't make you less Alex. You just remind yourself of who you are. Your desires are as intrinsic to you. They are inherently yours more than your name. Your desires are from source. Your name is from men. You are more your desires than you are your name. But we treat our desires like this fleeting thing that we have to battle reality and battle our ego for. You don't. It's already yours. Romans 11:29, for the gifts and the callings of God are irrevocable. You've already said it's yours. Even when your ego says that it's not. Guess what? Your ego's not creating shit. So you get out of the anxiety, you get out of the fear, y'all get through that situation, and then you remind yourself, no, the promise was already made. No matter what it looks like, the God within me is perfect, so the situation is perfect. No matter what my ego says, no matter what my fear says, my doubt says, yo, we all go through this. All I felt when I was about to get kicked out of my spot was fear, doubt, anxiety. That's it. Every second I thought the constable was going to knock on my door and I was going to be on the streets. But it was just reminding myself who I was. It wasn't fighting myself all damn day. But when I get out of that anxiety, I can remind myself, I can remember, no. The promise was already made. I'm tripping. The promise was already made. Okay? Things are only as large as you say they are. They can feel large, but the moment you say they're irrelevant, guess what? They're irrelevant. They can look large, but the moment that you say this is nothing, that's what it is. It's us that build up the monsters. We create the monsters. We create the giants in our life. And then we struggle to slay them because we've made them so big. You are the source. You are God in this reality. Everything else is looking at you, waiting for you to say the word. I'll stop right there for a second.
That was very beautiful and very powerful.
Love you, Rose. Look, everything is working out for you. You already have what you want, okay? You already have it. I say this purely out of love for you, which I believe that you know. The only person that can make the choice that you have what you want is you, okay? Your ego has no power anymore. Your ego has no power. None, except for the power that you give it. Let it run, let it wander, let it do whatever. You sit with it the same way that you would sit with a child that came to you with anxiety. You would say, well, it's okay. This too shall pass. And when they calm down, you would pat yourself on the back. You would pat them on your back and you would say, you still are everything that you desire to be. That's what I want you to do for yourself. Just remind yourself, no matter what it looks like, no matter how you feel, you are still what you desire to be. Point blank, period.
Yeah, thanks. It always feels easier at night because it's like the day is over. So
Yeah.
I know that's not great, but
Don't say that. That's just a story. That's just a story, right? That's just a story, right? Enjoy the night. Enjoy the moments where it's easy. Be present when it's easy, right? And then when it's difficult, enjoy how it's molding you, right? It's all for you. Every thought is for you. Every emotion is for you. Every situation is for you. Every breath is for you. Every single thing is for you. Accept it.
Thanks, Al. Okay, I'm gonna let somebody else.
Thank you, Rose. I appreciate you guys.
Wait, guys, I'm so sorry. How do I leave? I don't know.
I gotta kick you off. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm always blessed, brother. I'm always blessed. How you doing?
Of course, man, of course. Yeah, awesome, man. A little bit tired, but still great.
What time is it over there?
5 a.m. right now.
Oh, damn. 5 a.m.
But I slept a little bit.
Gotcha.
But I'm a little bit tired from the weekend.
How you turn?
I drank a little bit.
Okay, what'd you drink? What you drink, man? What kind of drink are you?
Beer.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I'm a German guy, you know?
Okay. I'm a stout guy myself, man. I like stouts.
That's cool.
Yeah, I like stouts.
Yeah, man. So, I want to say 2 things, but not 3 things.
Will do. Yeah.
You know, it's so interesting because I love what you said about recreating the monsters, right? Or choosing the monsters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's no free will from others, right? Only you have free will in your reality. Or you can say you choose the versions where their free will matches your story, right?
Exactly.
And it's so funny how it works, how our ego works, right? From a 3D perspective now, from my experience, the most of the time, if you met, for example, a SP, because SP is the big topic, you met an SP for the first time, right? You didn't affirm for it, but they were almost the perfect version that you desired of them, right? From their free will, quote unquote, without doing anything.
Yeah.
So they wanted to show you love, and they wanted to prioritize you from their free will. And now then we create this monster, and now we believe that it can't happen again. But if you look back, you know, the first intention was to give you this love, this perfect, your preferred perfect version, you know. And it's so crazy. So there is your quote-unquote evidence.
Yeah.
You don't need it, but, you know,
Exactly.
it's always perception. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's typically how they show up perfectly in the beginning, but it's our stories that end up taking us down this path where all of a sudden it slips away. We lose it. We force it away, right? We attract or we create. We choose a version of them that we no longer want. And now we come down this manifesting path and we are trying to remember our power again, but we tend to start remembering that power from this state of lack, right? This state of reaching, trying to change them, right? Being attached, still tied to this version of them that we don't want, right? So it's this delicate dance of getting from that and remembering who you were before you knew all of this, right? You are already whole, perfect, complete. This person can flow into your life when you accept who you are.
Yes, man.
Yeah,
Man, I love how you word things. Really.
appreciate
You
it.
remind me of myself sometimes. And it's really beautiful. Because when I look back in my childhood, or not childhood, I was a teenager, like 13, 40. I had always this feeling I want to move people, right? On a deeper level. I want to leave a mark. I want to touch their heart,
Yeah.
their soul, right? I always had this desire, but not from a point of, oh, look how great I am. No, because it's beautiful. I guess it's my I am awareness who wants to experience this for
Yeah.
me, right?
Yeah,
And it's so beautiful. And I was always like I want to do like in a on a poetry level. Is it the right word? Yes, poetry. Poetry.
poetry.
Poetry level. Yes.
Okay,
Poetry.
poetry, bro. Is that what you're saying? I don't think you're saying poetry. I don't know what you're saying. We might have to Google it for something.
No, poetry or poesy.
At a level, you talking about like professional level?
No, poetry. I write it. Wait a moment.
All right.
Maybe I guess it's not a word, right?
Yeah, poetry. But
Yeah, poetry.
I don't know what a poetry level is.
Poetic. Yeah, poetic. Yeah, poetic.
Okay, poetic. Okay,
Poets. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, poetry, poetic, on a poetic level, and you know, that's why you remind me of myself, because I observe you like you do it on a deeper level, right? With such a beautiful wording, like it's like sweet honey sometimes, you know.
Yeah,
and sometimes
yeah. I've been
it's like
told. I've
people-
been told. Yeah.
and for me, it's the perfect mix, you know. Sometimes you need slaps in the face.
No, I appreciate that, bro.
Love.
I
For
appreciate.
love, right? Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's all from love. The beautiful thing, right, is that we all, we're divine mirrors, right? We tend to find people in our reality that mirror us beautifully. But I mean, like you said, the reason I do this is just because it's who I am, right? If I connect with one person, it's cool. But I show up and do this for the freebie just because it's who I am. Right? I just enjoy doing it. And if I help people in the way or on the way, cool. But this is, I live my life by the law. I live by my life by the law of I am. So it's nothing for me to spread that. Right? So I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, man. And I want to share something real quick. At the beginning, how I found out about this whole topic, right? I believed in a God outside of me, right? And I was really, I really feared God, you know. I was really religious in a way, but not in a specific religion, but something out there, right? Like a big man or whatever in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then the situation happened, and I cried like a little baby, right? And I prayed, right? I was like, please show me a way and give me wisdom, right? This was my prayer. And then 1 or 2 days after, Neville Goddard came into my life, right?
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And that's how I got into this topic.
Whoa. That's exactly how I got into it too, bro. Except for me, 2
Yeah.
days later, it was Dr. Joe Dispenza.
Oh man.
Exactly
I
2
love
days
it.
later after a terrible time. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's such a blessing, you know, afterwards if you look back. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, and of course, the beginning it was about the thing outside, right? Of course. Now I noticed that I have a new desire, quote unquote new desire now. As I said, that I want to move people, right? That I want to express myself. I want to that everyone has this peace or find this peace because you have it right now in this moment, but you're too focused on the noises in your head. But underneath the voice, you have peace and love and light. You are the light of this world. You know, you shine so bright. You can't imagine how bright you shine. You know, you're the light. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, it's so crazy how it shifts. You know, I want this. Oh no, where is it? To, man, I live for this shit. I have so much passion about this shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's so beautiful. Yeah.
Exactly.
The last thing, I wrote something, and if it's okay, I want to read it.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
Yeah, it was my first Reddit post because I said at one time I would do it, and today was the day. But I apologize. The last time that I read something to people, especially in public, was, I don't know, years ago. So, sorry. I try my best, okay?
No. We got you, brother. Go on and say it. We got you.
I know it's just a story. But I
Exactly.
will do it. So, and it's something similar that I said last time, especially with the example, but I love it. I want to write it down. So listen carefully, listen closely.
All right.
You are already that which you want to be, and your refusal to believe it is the only reason you do not see it. Never got it. That's such a beautiful quote because it summarizes it so well. I want to talk about it, what it means to refuse to believe it. Here comes my truth. I would like to start with a small example. Maybe you know the situation. Imagine you buy a present for a child, and you can hardly wait to give it to them so they can open it. You're full of joy. But now a crucial thing happens. Instead of the child opening up and being able to enjoy his joy, he discusses with you that he can't accept it because he has to change something first. He has to feel different, think different, align, etc., etc. Be honest. What would you think? Wouldn't that be a bit crazy? Didn't you buy him this as a gift because you wanted to give it to him? He's already the perfect match for it without any conditions. Right? We usually do the same with our desires. You can see it like this. Your desire is a gift from God, from source, right? Within you, that gives you the present with the same joy. We then create our own separation. We focus on why we can be that person right now, or what we need to change, fix, or program to be that person right now. Congratulations, you have created your own rules, right? The truth is that you are already the perfect match. You're already perfectly aligned. How could it be otherwise? Question mark. God's source in you is perfect, so you are too. Or would you quote unquote go to God and say you have to change yourself first to receive something? Come on. Do you do this? No. So, desires to have. From the moment you have or receive the desire, you are already perfect for it. Creation is finished. It's done. But as I said, we are usually too busy creating or choosing our own separation. You don't have to do anything to be that person. So it's not about becoming this person. It's more about letting go of all the reasons why you think you're not.
Mm-hmm.
Letting go of this illusion. But why is that the case? Question mark. I'm sure there are several reasons for it. But for me, the most important one is ego. What do I mean by that? The ego is the logical side. It may never understand everything and doesn't have to. The ego searches for proof. The ego doubts. The ego grumbles, etc. The ego does what the ego does.
Yeah.
It is a part of us, of course, but it's not what we really truly are, right? So there's no problem if it doesn't. If it does. The only problem is that we assume that is a problem, right? The only problem is that we assume that is a problem. We try to fight against the ego to convince it. That really is a tough battle. That's why we feel exhausted, right? It's not about doing everything perfectly. It's not. It's just about stopping believing in the lie that there's a problem with thoughts, feelings, or circumstances, and creating a story that it means something. It's creating your own separation from who you want to be. So the question is, who doubts? Who fears? Who has these thoughts? Who searches for signs and evidence? Who? Your ego, but not you. Your logical side. It can't be any other way. Let the ego doubt. Let the ego think. Let the ego be afraid. Let the ego feel. Nothing, absolutely nothing, can change the fact that you are still the person you want to be if you don't give these things the power. Your ego is like that one friend who always comments on every single piece of shit while watching a movie. Cool, it's his job. Let him do it. These things. You don't have to buy it. You don't have to buy it. There's no problem if you don't make one. The funny thing is that it shifts then automatically and becomes quieter and quieter. Right? Let the thoughts, the feelings come and go like clouds in the sky. And you, like clouds in the sky, but you are the sky. You are still the perfect match. From my point of view, your ego feelings and thoughts and association with it can exist. From my point of view, your ego and the feelings and thoughts associated with it can exist together, and you're still the version you wish you were. Don't get me wrong, there's no right or wrong. There are only easier and harder ways, right?
Yeah.
I'm grateful for everything I have done in the past. It's the best thing that could have happened because it brings you to the next, quote unquote, bigger truth. The question is, when you have had enough and finally allow yourself to be the person you want to be right now, right? When do you allow yourself to be the person you want to be right now? It doesn't matter what you do, it's about who are you when you do it. It's not about what happens, but who are you when it happens, right? So how can we be the person we want to be, question mark? From my point of view, first, stop creating problems with your ego and the associated quote-unquote blockages. Yeah. And it's very important to be in the now as often as possible, right? Live in the here and now. There are no stories there, just silence and your peace, right? You can also be in the now with your thoughts, emotion, and body, and simply observe. Why do we have desires? We want to enjoy them in the here and now. How are you going to do that if you haven't learned that and you're too caught up in your head and ego? Above all, imagine you have what you want right now, but by giving your ego and feet too much power, do you think you can keep it? More importantly, do you think you can really enjoy it? Or are you too busy overthinking with what if this happens or this happens, etc., etc.? Being in the here and now is one of the biggest quote-unquote signs that you embody the version, right? Telling the new story is easy and actually done the first time. I want to read it again. Telling the new story is easy and actually done the first time. You don't have to change something or try more. The only problem is that you never let go of the old one, taking your thoughts too seriously and as your own. You can't control what comes in, but you can control what you entertain. Be present with them also without a story. You don't have to fight for love. You don't have to earn love. You don't have to love yourself more. How will you do that if you are love? How will you do it if you are love? You don't have to become anything. How can you if you are perfect as you are? You just have to let go. All the reasons why you think you're not, right?
Yeah.
I am that I am no matter what. I am the person I desire to be. Do you know what no matter what means? It means no matter what. No matter what thoughts I have, no matter what I feel, no matter what I see, no matter who said what, no matter what happened, no matter what. I am that I am, I'm no matter what. I am the person that I desire to be, and again, no matter what. No feeling, no thought, and no fucking nervous system can prevent me from knowing who I am. That comes automatically over time anyway when you stop accepting this as your own and always universal truth. Do you know what? You are the proof, you are the sign, you are the fulfilled prophecy. I am that I am.
No matter what.
I'm done.
No matter
No
what.
matter what.
Bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you for sharing, man. Truly appreciate that. No, I agree with everything, bro. So you posted that on Reddit?
Yeah.
It was your first post?
Yeah, my first post.
How you feel about it? How do you feel about it? Huh?
Man, I feel great. I feel so great. Really, because I read it and I was like, yeah. Man, especially when I look back, the shift, man, at the beginning, how I saw everything, how I tried, and now, I'm completely different and have a different opinion. And also, of course, I want to be careful about this, because some people commented on it already, right? With great feedback, and it's great, but I don't need it, right? But it's emotional for me because I love that I can touch people, that I can maybe make for, even if it's only one people, make a click, a change, or even if this person has 1 minute more peace.
Yeah.
I did my job. You know what I mean? And it's so, it touched my soul and my heart when I read nice feedback, but without needing it to be someone. But as I said, that's my desire now, that I want to leave a mark, and touch hearts and souls, and that everyone can experience themselves, because it's your birthright, It's your birthright to experience yourself, your peace, your love. And you don't have to argue with your fucking head of, hey, of course, sometimes it's challenging, but so what? So what? Okay, cool. Yeah, it was it is. But yeah, sorry, I talked too much.
No, appreciate it, man. It's about being true to yourself, bro. And I understand, because that's the same way that I approach this, right? Is if you can help one person, that's enough, right? Waking people up to the power that is within them is so satisfying, because I've seen what it does in my life. And when it clicks, this is not something that, can be taken away. It's that whole, give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day, right? Teach a man to fish and, he'll be able to continue eating, right? This is how I feel about this, right? Sure, somebody needs some money, you can help them with a little bit of money once, but they're going to need money again. But if you actually teach them how to become the source of what they want, the source of their love, the source of their prosperity, right? This is an overall life-changing thing. And what's actually interesting, I know a lot of people come into this because they want to get a specific person. That's why most people come into this journey. But it's bigger than that. It's about finding that source within you, that true creative power within you that can liberate you and save you from whatever situation that you are in. No situation is down in the dumps too much. No situation is hopeless. You always have a savior that is waiting to deliver you from whatever, just waiting to be called upon, waiting for you to decide what you want. So I feel you, man. That's my intention. Even when I start these lives, if I can touch one person, help one person, that is enough. And in the process of it, I just like it. It's just who I am. So, hey, if more people are helped, that's perfect as well.
Man, I love it, really. I really feel this, what you said, right?
Yeah.
It's so crazy. I love it. And I feel that everyone feels it. Especially me, right? I feel it. That's why I'm here, right? And it's so great. Yeah, it's really, as I said in the poem, it leads you to the next bigger truth.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's the biggest blessing, And you can have a new still get it, right? But now from another point. So I have a question
Yeah.
to you. Because we talk about source, within you being God, or part of God, whatever. But I know the answer, but I'm curious. Or I guess I know the answer.
All right.
No, how do you know that you're everything that you saw, that you got? Because, you know, of course you can affirm your God, and you can think about it, you can read about it,
Uh-huh.
but your ego, your mind is too limited. Maybe it's a story also,
Yeah.
but maybe there's a little bit truth behind it.
Yeah.
It's too limited to really understand what it means to be everything and, you know, being God and source, man, it's crazy. Of course, you know, you can feel empowered and confident, right? But yeah, how do you know? Yes. How do you know?
How do I just know. It's I know it the same way that I can look at the sky and see a star. I just know. It's beyond that, right? So it was proved to me. At first it was initially it was just the saying until things started to unfold in my life and change in my life. And then it was beyond the saying. It was an absolute knowing. And even when I was saying it, I still knew it. The message has always resonated with me to a point, right? I was born in the Catholic Church, went away from that, came back around, then went down my own path, and this was always the message that resonated with me the most. It resonated with, and I also had several mystical experiences that helped me down this path. Several experiences with the divine that led me to my understanding, even my ability to read scripture now, right? How I can break down certain things is an absolute gift. It's an absolute gift. There were certain things that I could understand before I even read them. And then I read them and I was like, oh shit, I already knew this. I've already read this, but I never had. Right? So there were several things that really confirmed it. But right now it's beyond, it's beyond me needing to try to say it. It's beyond me needing to affirm it. It's just a knowing. It's more ingrained in who I am than my ability to breathe, right? It's just the knowing that I am source is just it's my core knowing. It's the center of my life.
Yeah, man, I get it. I love it. I feel it. So I can just talk about my experience.
Yeah.
It's really the same. Not the same thing that I say every time.
Mm-hmm.
Being present and being still. That's the reason why the scripture says being still, know that I'm God. Because in this moment I am really still. I'm just me. I'm just being. I just exist. You know.
Yeah.
My mind is still, or even if it wants to talk, but it's not my. No. Wait. Before I get into this, it's more the stillness, because then I know that I'm whole and complete and perfect. And you know, I don't have to affirm or think about it.
Yeah.
I know I guess in this you're already connected to source. Of course, you're already connected. You're already a God or source every fucking time. If you don't think you are or whatever,
Yeah.
then you're God that don't believe that you are, but you're still God. But a God who don't believe you are. But yeah. Oh, now I lost train of thought.
How did you know
But
your
yeah,
source?
so-
That's what you were talking about.
Oh yeah, right. It's a stillness, just being present, because there are no bad stories anymore. Just you. Yeah, right. Just you. And even if you always connected with source, in this moment, from my experience, you're close as fuck in the stillness. You know.
Yeah.
That's the most close point, I guess, in my experience.
Yeah.
Because then you don't have to try to convince your ego or that your ego understands it, or like a spiritual ego also, right?
Yeah.
You just know you feel complete, you feel whole, you feel loved, and you feel that you're already this person. I don't know, because you don't tell this stuff. That's also my main point was, right? It's about letting go of the reasons why you're not. You don't have to become something or add something and trying more. That's only the reasons you think you're not,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
Inside out, inside first, outside second.
Yeah.
You know.
No, agree.
And so we did. Oh, so yeah. So that would be my answer. Being present and still, and yes, and of course, and I had also a wrong image at the beginning, like being present. I thought, I had so much pressure. I took so much pressure about myself. You know, no thoughts are allowed, or if I have thoughts, then I'm not present anymore, and I messed up. Without thinking this, but it was how I perceived it in a way.
Yeah.
But you know, that's not a problem. It's not. Maybe it's a story. Maybe who knows? Maybe it's not realistic to be still 24/7. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course not. Right.
Yeah.
But if you reach the state and practice it and quote unquote learn it, then the voice becomes more a backward noise than the main act. It's not a main act anymore. It's a backward noise.
Exactly.
Right. That's the difference.
Exactly. Presence is key, right? I mean, in that presence, you can allow your thoughts to do whatever. You can allow, your emotions to do whatever. And you can simply experience the fullness of the gifts that God has to offer you in that present moment, right? So, yeah, the present moment is everything. This is the only moment that you'll ever live in. You never experience another moment except for the now moment. It's where all your heartbreak, all of the love you've experienced has happened right now. It's all happened right now. So agreed.
But tomorrow is Monday, so that's another day. No, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. I want to do it, but
tomorrow is another day.
No, yeah, man. You're right. And as I said, when you have your desire, even in the foodie, also in the foodie, you want to be present. You want to enjoy it, not do the say without judgment, right? Just love, right? We don't want to repeat the past because, especially with SP, the most of the time we had those SP already, but it was never enough, right?
Exactly.
Because, if it would be enough, we
still have it.
Fear and creating choose this monster or whatever. Even if it happens unconsciously, without judgment, just love. We didn't know better.
Yeah.
Great. This was the perfect version of you, but now, as I said, every moment is new,
Absolutely.
So, 1, 2, 3. So 3 seconds, 3 new moments, 3 new choices, 3 new chances to be the person you desire to be,
Absolutely. It's all happening right now. You always get to make that choice. Agreed. 100%, my brother. 100%.
But that's a question. That's a great question. Why is SP not enough? That's a great question. Yeah.
It is a great question because nothing outside of you will ever be enough. Even if you touch that experience fades away and you go to desiring something else. When you place your need for fulfillment in things outside of you, you just end up chasing things, right? You are the fulfillment, okay? You are the center of reality. That fulfillment is you. The desire of it is enough, right? You already have everything that you need right here. You can already feel the bliss and the peace and the happiness and the love and the wholeness and everything that you desire to receive from another. You can receive it right here in this moment just by being still. The external reality it will never be enough. You'll never get to a point where you say, okay, finally, I have everything that I need. Now I can just sit down here, and you'll never get to that point based on the external reality. You can only get to that point from an inner state of being.
Yes, I love it. And and I want to answer from my view also. As I said, why I'm not asking not enough? No, the first thing I want to say, no, we use it as a permission slip, the things outside of us, right?
Yeah.
If I have it, then I feel whole and complete. Then I feel loved. Then I allow myself to feel these things, right? But from the outside. But the truth is, right, as you said, that you already are perfect and whole and complete and loved, right?
Yeah.
So you don't need this permission from the outside. So then you're controlled from the outside, right?
Exactly.
So, and think about this. If SP was enough, and most of the time we had them, right? We want to manifest them back. We had them, plus we had them. So, okay, your SP is enough, then why did we fear? Why did we creating this monster? Why did we expecting the worst when it was enough?
Yeah.
Because an everything is great, you can enjoy it. No, you know it better than your ego, your thoughts.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
But without judgment, please just love, right?
Yeah.
We are all in the same boat, but sometimes we have to read it like this, right? Right, you know. So that's the biggest evidence. If you're really honest with yourself, the biggest evidence is no person, no money, nothing can be enough for you.
Exactly.
You have to acknowledge it and recognize it in yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I agree. I find myself constantly, that seems to be the biggest barrier to break with most people is, especially when it comes to that SP, desiring that SP. It's like most people aren't really desiring their SP out of love. It's purely out of lack. It's purely out of not feeling like they're enough by themselves, and pulling you out of that. This is why even the SP journey is so powerful, because once you get pulled out of that, you can literally sit in the knowing that you have everything, because that's typically a big initiation to this whole I am space, right? So getting beyond that desire to change this one person and just accepting who you want them to be, the version of them that you want them to be, that just allows you to have this superpower to go through your life and create in all these other areas. But we have to get out of that lack mindset.
Yes, man.
Yeah.
And I love the example what you did the last days about the sentence, you know, why do you want someone who doesn't want you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And it's a great
It's a-
revealer, I guess.
Yeah, it's an extremely powerful question, because it can trigger you like that, right? But it can really
Yes,
get you to
but
understand.
it's great. It's a blessing.
Yeah.
It's a blessing. If you need it, sometimes you need a trigger. Trigger points are your biggest blessing always.
Yeah.
To lead you to your truth. You know, because at the first moment, of course, you can think, oh, I can have them, and oh, blah blah blah, right? Complain and oh no.
Yeah.
But it's the truth. Why do you don't want quote unquote manifest a version of them that doesn't want you?
Exactly.
Doesn't make any sense.
It makes sense. Exactly.
You want the version of them who always wants you.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
the difference. Right? But it's a perception how or state also maybe a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you and in the chat. Thank you that you listened to me and that you
Appreciate you, brother. We always appreciate you jumping on. Appreciate the wisdom. Appreciate the perspective, man. Thank you for sharing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, man. I love it. The last thing, sorry, chat. When I talk, I don't look in the chat because I'm just vibing. You know, I'm in my mood, so I don't have the time to look. But I saw just love to you all. I assume the best. Please, you know. Back in days, I was identifying with a shy person. So if you have a question, if you have a problem, don't be shy. We are all in the same boat. Request, talk to him, to us. We can all learn from the situation. So, right? I want to motivate you. If you maybe, should I do it? Should I not do it? You won't regret it. I promise. Good night, good evening, whatever.
Good night. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you too.
See, Lucas ain't want to be straight up, and I'm gonna be straight up with y'all. Stop being scared, okay? Stop being a little pussy. If you need some help, jump on up. Let's knock out these limitations. If you need some help, get your ass up here. All right? Stop hiding behind the keyboard, asking 2 sentences at a time. Let's get to the core of the issue. All right? Let's knock it out. All right? Why not? Why not? Only the life that you desire is at stake. That's it. That's the life that you desire. All right? Oh, all of y'all just joined at once, huh? Everybody requested at once now. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Hey.
How you doing?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
How you doing?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me
Hear
clearly?
you. Hear you wonderfully.
Okay. So, I agree a lot with what you're saying, but I just have a question. Because I had been with someone for a very long time, like 17 years, and I know you say to just always think of them as the way you want them. I believe to be, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. It's more accept that right now you're the perfect version of you that can have whatever you want. You can think about them, however, but you have to accept the version of them that you actually have.
Yeah. So, okay. So, what if it's to the point where maybe, you feel as if maybe it's just like sometimes it's just not gonna work, you know? And you want the best version of them and you believe that, but I've been believing that for a while.
So do you believe that those thoughts have power? Do you believe that those adverse thoughts have power?
Yeah, I do.
That's exactly why they have power, right? Is that you are so powerful that you get to choose every single part of the story. You can sit and accept and want the best version of them. But the moment that you believe that the ego, that old version of you that comes up with these thoughts, and these thoughts start to wander and race and go against what you want and starts to see reality in a certain way, and you say, dang, because my mind just wandered, those thoughts are powerful, and now I can't get what I want, or maybe that's slowing me down. That's already an issue right there. Your thoughts are always going to race. They will always be changing. Your ego's always going to be whispering in your ear, always getting you to justify why you want this. Why do you even want this? It's going to be saying, well, look at the situation. Look what it looks like. Look at the past. Look what it's been. But you don't live there anymore. You're in this moment. And right now, after your mind races, you get to make the choice to say, yeah, okay, my ego can say whatever, but I've already made the decision. The gifts and the callings of God are irrevocable, right? Romans 11:29. We've already made the commitment. When I had the desire, when I chose that I was this person, that was it. It's a wrap, right? And so your ego only has power. Your emotions only have power if you say they do.
Right. And I believe that's my problem. I just have to really get out of my head, I guess.
So don't think about it as getting out of your head, all right? I want you to accept every part of you, right? So let me make an assumption about you. The fact that your mind can race, do you ever consider yourself an overthinker?
Sorry, you went out.
Oh, my bad. The fact that your thoughts can race, or you saying that your thoughts can race, do you ever consider yourself to be an overthinker?
Yes, definitely overthinker.
Perfect.
I do that all day long. It's like from the time I wake up
Perfect.
to the time I go to sleep, I'm just overthinking.
That's perfect, all right? But that's perfect, right? So I'm gonna put it like this to you. In the relationships with the people that you love, it is your quote unquote overthinking that allows you to study them, know them, love them better, show up for them better, to be the beautiful person that you are, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's a beautiful part of you, right?
Yes, it is.
It's a perfect part of you, right? So how come just in this situation, now it's a problem?
Right.
Why not love the fullness of yourself? What's up?
I don't know. I think it might be because we got to a point where when my mom died, she died in my house here about 2 years ago. And when it happened, you know, he started walking around the house. He stopped talking to me. He stopped, he wouldn't say anything to me for like 2 months or more. You know, it was like on and off. But majority of the time, he just wasn't talking. He wasn't looking. But, you know, I don't know. It's just different now. It's like we've never, out of 17 years, he's never went that long without talking to me.
Okay.
And it happened at a very vulnerable time
I
on
see.
top of that. So I'm just kind of like,
I see.
whoa, you know, what is this?
I see.
So what I decided to do was go ahead and just get him out of here because it wasn't good for me and my mental health.
Okay.
And once I got him out of here and I evicted him out, then he wants to start back talking. So for the past 2 years that he's been out, he's been calling me. He calls every day. He checks on me, tries to come by. But on social media, when I look at his social media, it's like he's a whole different person. Like he enjoys being single and everything. But then
Hold up.
talking to me and calling me every day,
Hold
it's like,
up.
"Oh, I
Hold
love
up.
you," but
Let me tell you
it's
something.
not a. I just
Hold up. Let me tell you something. Listen to what I'm gonna tell you, all right? I'm gonna tell you this straight out of love, okay?
okay.
The more that you base your identity and what you can receive on what you see in the external world, the more you will be confused. And then by being confused, the more you will create more confusion in your life. I hear you. External reality looks a certain way. He's showing up with you a certain way, but the other things out there are causing you to doubt. You know what? It's still your perspective. You could have just as easily said, he's putting on social media, trying to act like he's okay, but he's falling apart without me. You could have easily said that, but you didn't. You told another story, a different story, right? You allowed the ego to carry you there. So be consistent. Everything is. This is how I walk back from it. If right now you thought about him, but somebody knocked you over the head and you lost all memory, you absolutely had no memory, who would he be to you? He would be absolutely meaningless, right? Right? This is how everything is. The only thing that makes him special is your story that you tell about him. You make him special. You make him beautiful. You make him perfect. You make him ideal with your story. Your thought paints this beautiful picture in the world, okay? This is the same for all these circumstances. You seeing that social media, it was blank slate. You could inject whatever meaning you want into it and you still can.
Yeah.
But the only reason that you feel confused is you told a story that was not to your liking, that's not really matching up with you. Who's to say that right now you don't already have the perfect version of him? Who's to say that?
Yeah, you're right.
I know. But honestly, let's walk through this a little bit further, all right? So right now you have affirmed, okay, he's going to show up for you a certain way. You are already the person who he shows up for a certain way. Okay?
Right.
You've received proof in some areas in the way he's hitting you up now. But in other areas, you have just a blank slate where you can insert the meaning to it.
Okay.
Now, what are you going to choose in all of those things? We can work through it right now. You can work through it by yourself if you'd rather do it in private.
I just, ooh, I get to a point where I kind of like, I'm quick to give up on them. Like, I don't know, I just feel like maybe I'll be in my head. I'm confused, like you said, confusion's just gonna cause more confusion.
All right, so let me even ask you this question because of your hesitation on this. Because me personally, I see where you are as a, I don't even see defeat. I see where you are as actually a very powerful position. I see a very powerful position because you're not truly that attached to it. You can tell in your voice, you're like, well, you know, shit happens, right? But, you know what I'm saying? So I believe that this is a powerful position. Why would you choose? Really think about this, okay? You can create whatever version you want of this person, of this man, all right? And you can create it. You can begin to see things exactly how you want, and it can all unfold perfectly. Or you can choose someone different. Or You can make it a free-for-all and say, may the best man win. You can do whatever you want right now. You can truly choose whatever you want. So I would ask you, like, overall, what is the choice you truly want to make? Or do you still need to think about that?
Probably still need to think about that because I still love him. You know, it was a long time. I would I prefer him
Absolutely.
over everyone else.
Yeah,
I will say that.
absolutely.
If I could have it my way, which I can have it my way, I just have to believe I can have it my way.
You gotta know, not believe. You gotta know.
I
Yeah.
would definitely prefer him over anyone else. It's like I'm waiting for him to completely get it right. I mean, he is calling, he is showing me still care, but we have our moments too.
Yeah.
So I want him to come. I just want him to come a little bit more.
Okay.
Because he's not to step it up a lot more.
Perfect. All
That's
right.
all.
Perfect. So go to that assumption, right? Go to that assumption right now that he is showing up perfectly. Stay in that knowing and then allow reality to prove it to you. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to force anything. You don't have to go out and try to make it happen. Stay in that knowing and then allow reality to prove that to you, right? If you want to get swept off your feet, make that decision. He's going to sweep me off my feet and this
Right,
thing is going to be
okay.
back on
That's
and
what I
cracking.
want.
Yeah, exactly. So go there. Go there, and that is your end story right now. He's already that person, and you are the person. You are exactly who you are right now, and who you are right now deserves to be swept off their feet.
Right.
Exactly. So that's it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely.
You have a good night.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, it's a lot of y'all in the queue. Who is going to be next? Eeny, miny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by his toe. If he hollers, let him go. I don't know if they order. Oh, I can organize it by who joined. What's up? What's up?
Hola, hola.
Hola. How you doing? I forgot.
I
Let
didn't
me
know it
let
was
me
gonna be next.
let me cover my beard when I'm talking to your ass, man. Go ahead. What you what you need, bro? What you need to?
I'm always judging your beard.
You was
Alex.
talking
I'm
about
so sorry.
you talking about cutting my shit and trimming it. No, I like to look like a caveman.
I did never said to cut it. I said edge it up. It's
Nah,
a difference.
nah,
There's a difference.
nah.
It's okay. I mean, that's fine. You doing okay today?
I'm always blessed. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. I wanted to ask you, I'm big on not identifying with the mind itself. Like I think that's was the biggest relief that I found through this process is just literally knowing that I am not the mind itself.
Yeah.
But right now I feel like it's very quiet, but I don't think the mind does never, it doesn't, the ego won't die, right? So it's like, is it really quiet or it's just that I don't pay no mind to it?
Okay. Let me ask you another question. Why does that matter?
I mean, I just, when it comes into this, like, I just want to know, like, I want to be informed, like, how do we function as humans? Like, how does this truly work? Like,
Yeah.
what is the whole process of all this? Like, like, I like to understand it, like, in depth about it, not just truly because, like,
To
I'm
get
not
what
sitting
you
here,
want.
like, I guess doubting or anything, but I want to be knowledgeable when it comes down to this as well. Not just, I'll be like, oh, okay, well, it doesn't matter. Like, it matters to me just because I want to know.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. So just like any voice in your head, the more that you tune it out, the quieter it gets, right? the more that you practice presence, the easier it is to overcome your thoughts. Maybe they're still there. Maybe they're not. Well, they are there. The average human thinks 60K thoughts a day. You're still thinking thoughts, right? But when you move above them, because maybe it's your presence, and you're already in a profession that requires you to be in a flow state most of the time. So I'm assuming that even when you're dealing with clients, right, you are going to be in a flow state where you get beyond your thoughts, where you have large portions of time where you are doing your art and time is just going by. So that's probably nothing new to you. Typically, the more that you get into the present moment, the more you can slip into that flow state. And when you're in that flow state and you kind of get beyond the thoughts, beyond the emotion, and time seems to just kind of unfold in this divine, poetic way, right? I think that's kind of where your power is. I don't think anything is wrong. I think that's just the place that most people desire to get to. But typically, people that are in art, people that are in like music, people are in like do poetry, people that are artists like yourself, right? It's more easy to tap into that flow state because they've always been doing it.
Okay. I mean, yeah, because well, when it comes down to like when I'm working, I'm thinking about everything else but the haircut.
Okay, never mind then. You over here fucking people up. Goddamn. Oh, my bad. Oh, shit. I got you.
Honestly, like I'm never really thinking about what I'm doing. It's just I'm going on autopilot, just like the mind itself goes in autopilot. That's just how I work, you know?
Well, throw my theory out then. Well, never mind. I don't know what's going on with you. Something might be just off. No, I'm just playing. So, I mean, it could be several different things. But the brain, okay. I always count, me personally, I have a lot of inner dialogue at some times, but most of my day I don't have. My mind is not just racing all over the place. Most of the time I'm fairly present. So at this point in my life, I don't struggle with my thoughts. I used to a lot, but the more that I kept reminding myself that I was sourcing, the more that I kept doing this work, the easier it got. Most of my day is simply spent with me choosing what I want to entertain. Now, does that always mean I don't have thoughts? No, sometimes I'm just not paying any attention to them. I'm just chilling, right? I'm just looking around and my thoughts can be doing whatever, but I'm not attached to them. And that lack of attachment causes me to rise up to a place where it's almost like as if I don't even hear them, right? So maybe that's the same place that you are in right there. I don't know if there's been any kind of scientific studies about that, which would be interesting. It's something I'll probably look up tonight on kind of the nature of thoughts and overcoming thoughts. I'm sure if we looked up like monks, I'm sure there's been research on monks and the nature of their thoughts because they're in meditation all the time, or the nature of thoughts with like athletes or musicians, which I'd be interested to find out. But I think the more that you do this work and the less you identify with your thoughts, you can get to a point where you might believe that there's no thoughts or you're just above those thoughts so you're not paying attention to them. But either way, I still believe that that's a powerful place to be because you're not truly just sitting around identifying with just random things jumping around in your head.
Okay, I guess one thing it's like right now that I'm thinking about it is like I feel like, you know, I am not dealing with triggering thoughts because I'm not biting into those. I may be thinking about the random things that I don't care about, that I'm sitting there going into a story that I don't care to change or not change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when it comes down to like a triggering thought, something that that I don't want to experience, I'm just like, no, we're not gonna go there, you know, and I just kind of let it go by. So, I guess that's why I kind of feel like, because I'm not really going into those suffering thoughts that can cause me to like dwell or be in pain but I mean, I'm sure, there is times where it can take me in a little loop and I just bring myself back. But what I've been realizing for the past couple of weeks is like I might not thinking enough or like what's going on just because it's new.
Yeah, no, you're just making a judgment of yourself, right? You're doing everything right, but right now you're in that new space. All of a sudden, you're saying, "Is this wrong? Is this right?" No, there's nothing wrong or right about it. It's just, is this what you like? Is this the state that you would prefer? If so, okay, cool, rock with it. If not, then okay.
No, definitely. I prefer this 100 times.
Right.
Another thing that I wanted to ask was, I used to deal with a very like a lucky feeling, right?
Yeah.
And that was very, very persistent. And I feel like I don't deal with it as much, but I felt it today. Today was like I felt off. You know, I went to the gym and I drank me a pre-workout, which I should know better. I drank too much pre-workout. I felt sick at the gym. I felt like I wanted to throw up. I was all over the place.
Yeah.
Then that lacking feeling came in.
Right.
I
I know
guess my
that.
ego mind wanted to go into, since I feel sick, oh poor little girl, so
Yeah.
I need something outside of me to make me feel good, right?
Yeah.
Wanting to be taken care of.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. I know that feeling. Oh, yeah, I know that feeling.
So, but this whole time I'm like, I'm fully aware that I don't need anything outside of me.
Yeah.
I am source. I am whole and complete as I am, right? But the feeling was still there, you know? So
Yeah.
for me, for a while, I was just kind of like, I guess, ignoring it. But I stopped myself from doing what I was doing. And I literally just closed my eyes and I was with myself and I said, okay, like, what's going on? So I felt it. And I'm like, okay, I'm feeling like you, but there's nothing wrong. There's nothing happening. I'm holding complete. Go on about your day, keep watching. That was it, right? But I didn't dwell into the feeling, but the feeling was there for a while. So it's just like, I wasn't really understanding why was I feeling that, or like, why do those feelings still come back
Yeah.
when, even though you're in the knowing that in reality there's nothing happening.
But
That
that's
you're okay, that you're holding complete.
yeah. That's the beauty of feelings. Well, the beauty or the pain, depending on your perspective, is that your feelings can change for whatever, right? A rainy day can cause you to have negative feelings, right? Getting cut off in traffic, anything going wrong. These little things can happen that can throw off our emotions. The beauty in that is your emotion is kind of pointing you and it's saying, okay, this is what I used to believe. This is what I used to see. But you handled it absolutely beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. You're not going to always be able to control your emotions and suppress them and turn them around. And even the knowing that you are sourced, the knowing that everything is working out, does not necessarily mean that you are going to feel good, right? But in the midst of that feeling, you can still be the powerful presence that the same way that you, just like you did, right? Allowing yourself or giving yourself the grace, giving yourself the space, sitting down with yourself and allowing yourself to actually be intimate with yourself, to love yourself, right? To feel that emotion, to say, okay, nothing's wrong. I feel this anxiety, but give yourself the ability to feel it without trying to push it away. And eventually it'll pass. Maybe not in that moment, maybe not in the next hour, but eventually it will. And you still honored yourself when yourself had that inner child, that part of you that was used to reacting back in the past, had a situation that threw it off. You still honored it enough and loved it enough to sit with it and say, no, it's all good. I still love you. You're still perfect.
Okay. Do you know what I've noticed though for me, and I will say that I do fear that a little bit, which I feel like, well, it's my old self that, you know, comes in. If like, let's say for instance right now when it comes down to my SP, I have not, if he's not around or if I'm not in contact, it's very easy for me to not be, like right now, I don't really get triggered, right? Because he's not around, of course, right? So what I've been doing is just really what I've been doing for this past 2 months is just going into that new identity that I wanted to take in, right? But here I come with the but.
I hear it.
I'll be honest, I'm afraid of whenever I do get that return, like how if my old self is really gonna fight me on it. Because right now I'm like, it's everything's been going very smooth through me. I'm staying in I want to say that most of the time I'm staying in the new story, right? But it's just like I'm afraid of my old identity coming in whenever he returns, and I'm just like, I try not to really dwell into it. I kind of, whenever that thought comes in, I always just tell myself that it's not happening at the moment. I am not going to prepare myself for failure. Like, why would I expect for me to be there, right? And if it does happen, I worry about it then, right? And I just drop it. But there's just like a little thing that just kind of keeps me. Sometimes it's just like how am I going to handle that?
Yeah. It's just a feeling, right? So it's just a feeling. That is normal. That doubt, feeling that way is normal. You're about to step into a new space with a new perspective as a new person, right? With this new divinity about you. Well, it's not a new divinity, but this new knowing of who you are about you. You're about to step into this new place, or this place again from a new perspective, which makes it a new place. So it's natural to have those feelings. It's natural to have those thoughts. But you can still choose what you identify as through that. You can still choose whether that old identity has power or not. This is just going to be a sharpening process for you, right? The moment that reality reveals that person in your life, now all of a sudden, you're just going to have another opportunity to embody this different version of you. Trust, right? Because now you've seen the one miracle. Well, you've seen multiple miracles, but now you've seen this next miracle. And so now you have more conviction in who you are. Now you can assume the end again, right? And now you can allow that old version of you to kind of fall away as you stay solid in this new version of you. And then that relationship will continue to evolve. And then you will have a new desire. And that new desire will come with new doubts. And it'll be a new opportunity to confront your ego. And you'll continue to do this. It's just a journey of growth, a journey of confronting yourself in those limiting beliefs so you can actually grow and expand and get the things you want.
Yeah.
You don't feel sad. You don't seem satisfied with that answer.
No. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, you're right. I mean, I guess it's like, the fact that I played this role for so many years, right?
Yeah.
So, like I said, right now, it just feels very easy for me to. It's very, very, very rare. Like coming from a person that would get triggered even if you were to breathe hard next to me. Now it's very rare for someone to trigger me.
Breathing hard is wild.
Yes.
But yeah, I feel you. You're growing, right? You're expanding. Right? But at the same time that you're expanding, I still need you to remember that you are still perfect. You still can overcome everything. All those old versions of you can simply fall away as you continue to assume and know who you are right now, right?
Yeah. I just, like I said, it just I understand this completely, but I feel.
Oh, what's the butt, girl? What's the butt?
No, but it's just the fact that there's as a human or with the ego mind or with everything that there's a lot of things that have let's say for instance for me there's a lot of trauma behind love, right? There was a lot of trauma. That whole identity had a lot of trauma, right?
Yeah.
That the body, that the mind still has it, still remembers, right? So when it comes down to those areas, they have been very challenging for me to kind of avoid the triggers itself, or to literally just not identify with them, just because of the fact of there was just so much trauma behind it. Like with people, they have a lot of trauma behind money. They're so scared of money or whatever, right? My biggest thing with the old identity that I played for a long time was love. So when I come in front of it again, even though nothing really bad is happening, the mind just goes into like survival mode because of my past, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I understand everything behind it, but at those moments, it's sometimes it can be very challenging to not identify it or not feel it real when you identify with that for so long.
Yeah, yeah. I
So I'm
feel
just
you.
afraid of it, but I mean, it's part of it. I don't want to keep being afraid of it and not face it and not get rid of it. Like, if there's
Exactly.
no in between.
Exactly. That's the perspective, right? I love that perspective. And all I can say from that is, you got this, right? You got this. This is just another step in the unfolding of you, right? This is just another step in the unfolding of everything that you desire. Everything is in front of you, right? Every step that you take, you're getting more desires. You're confronting your old self. It's fading away as you confront it. You're getting more solid in who you are. Reality is conforming. You already know this. This journey this journey is simply revealing parts of you that you want to allow to drop. That's it, right? So you got this.
Yeah, I do. One thing that I also wanted to ask you about was, how you're always saying that every desire, God wants to experience it through us, right?
Yeah.
I think about, like, what about, like, of the people that quote unquote have that desires, right? Like, how can we see those? Like, I think of, I don't know if I want to take it there, but this is a thing that kind of comes up whenever I think of this. Is like, what about, like, kids that get raped, right? Like, those adults have desires to do those things to those kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, this is a more challenging question because it's more triggering, right? There are people that go through difficult things, and even though they go through those difficult things, they begin to be spoke people against it. It sends them down a path of discovering who they are, of helping other people. So in the grand scheme, a lot of this is good. Now, what about the situations where nothing, quote unquote, good comes from it, right? What is that experience? Well, if I understand that there are infinite realities, and every reality is possible, everything that you could imagine is possible, right? It all makes up the whole. Well, that means that there are going to be certain desires to do things that I don't agree with. Now, we can look at this from a single person perspective or a larger perspective. If you look at it from a larger perspective, we'll have people that come into this world and they polarize, right? They start genocides, they start different things, and they make people choose sides. And when we choose sides as a whole, we have conversations that move us forward. People lose their lives, right? People gain their voices. All of these things happen. But if you look at it from a micro level, right, we have people that hurt each other. We have people that kill each other. The earth is simply an organism. Well, we are the cells of this organism, right? It's like if you take a microscope and you look at your body right now, you zoom in, you're going to see absolute chaos. You're going to see cells killing each other, cells dying. You're going to see viruses being fought off. Some people are going to have parasites within them changing their body, right? But if you zoom out from a whole perspective, everything looks fine. Most of us look absolutely perfect, right? Sometimes when we get so deep down in the weeds, we'll say, well, you know what? Things aren't right. But the truth is, okay, everything leads to two places. Number one, it leads to the evolution of humanity. As an entire species, we have to take steps to continue to evolve, which means people are going to have to come polarize us. People are going to have to make us have difficult conversations. Some people are going to be forced to do things that allow them to help other people down the road. Some people have chosen different or have chosen difficult life experiences to handle, right? Now, I can also talk about, a child being taken advantage of from a different perspective. Because children are so impressionable and they take on the perspectives of everybody around them because they're walking around with their brains open. They're walking around in a theta brainwave. They're basically walking around hypnotized. So they can create in their reality something that someone else fears simply because they're impressionable. Or someone else within their reality can create that situation for that child because of their thoughts. And I'm saying all these examples just to illustrate the point that it's never linear, right? There's already so many things to go on, and there's some things that are just kind of beyond our comprehension. But the bottom line is that every single possible outcome in reality exists. Everything exists. It all exists. But from the wholeness of all that there is, okay, from the wholeness of all that there is, even with those things on a lower level, it's still absolute perfection. That's where it becomes a very uncomfortable conversation to say it's still absolute perfection, because it is. No matter what you've experienced, you still have, from this moment, you still have the opportunity to create whatever life you want.
So basically, you're saying it's like there is something for that individual that got taken advantage of, or that person that did it for them to learn from that situation.
Yeah, could be either or. It could be for the caregiver to learn how to control their mind a little bit more, or to not instill that fear in their kid anymore, or not attract that. It could be so many different variables. Like it's rare that we can just point it on one person, especially with children, because they're so impressionable. They're so impressionable.
Okay.
That was a tough one, huh?
Yeah, because
It
that one,
is.
it does take me into like wanting to go like very, very in depth about it, just to kind of understand, but
Matter of fact, let me organize my thoughts, and I'll do a full discussion on this. We'll do a full discussion on why bad things happen to people. Well, quote unquote, bad things happen, and we'll talk about it from that level. But let me organize my thoughts a little bit more, and I'll put together a full discussion on it.
okay. Any books that you recommend? I love talking about this to people, especially not identifying with the mind itself, but it's like, I don't know, like I've been wanting to kind of read more, or not really read. I really don't like to read, but I want to inform myself more, because I'm always like, but why? But just because I want to know how just I just want to learn everything behind this. Like I just want to be informed.
There's lots of books I recommend. Every time I recommend books, y'all have already read them. So I would say any Neville Goddard book, of course. Any Neville Goddard book. Any Dr. Joe Dispenza book. Okay. Number 2. The Power of Now. I think that's Eckhart Tolle. The Power of Now. The Untethered Soul. Michael Singer. Power of the Subconscious Mind. That's Joseph. Is that Joseph Murphy? Power of the Subconscious Mind. I believe that's Joseph Murphy.
Yeah, it is.
Cool. And of course, the book that I always open like an encyclopedia, but it's not about reality creation. It's just about ancient history. It's The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall, who ended up being a 33rd degree Mason, but he wrote this book before he even got into Masons, which is incredible. Dang, somebody hungry over there?
It's my Frenchie.
Wow.
She's sleeping and she snores very bad loud.
Dang. You going through it. Oh, that's what's up. Let me see. Those are probably the ones that I recommend. Dr. Joe, Neville, Joseph Murphy, then Eckhart Tolle.
I like
You've known
Joe
all.
Dispenza, but I get a little confused with him, because I feel like in a way he still identifies with the mind itself.
Yeah, he does. He does. He does.
So it kind of like it confuses, and not that it confuses me, but it's kind of not
Yeah.
going with what I.
Because you are so powerful, right? Because you are source, you can still pick and choose what from each message to listen to. That's why even like I love Florence Scovel Shinn for her affirmations, but a lot of her beliefs to me are limited, right? Like me saying that you can choose a different version of people, she didn't believe in that, right? She says you will find the divine match, and that it's going against spiritual law to try to change somebody or get a specific person, which I don't agree with, right? So it's about, you'll get all these different perspectives, but it's still about putting together what makes sense for you, right? Everybody's just giving a template based on their beliefs. I'm only giving a template based on my beliefs, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back to the live because I completely forgot all the books you just mentioned.
Cool. We're at 2 hours and 40 minutes. So
2
somewhere.
hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, we're at 2 hours and 40 minutes on the live, on the YouTube live.
Okay. I'll go back to it. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you, as always. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a blessed night.
You as well. All right, y'all. I got you. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restaurant so I can actually focus on y'all without squirming around over here. Entertain each other. Somebody tell a joke. All right. Let's see who's next. Ready or not? Ready or not? Welcome up. What's up? What's up?
Oh, that's me. I'm gonna have to familiarize myself with this.
That is you. That
Hi.
is you. How you doing today?
Do what?
How you doing today?
I'm always blessed, regardless of what I am going through. Today was a very interesting day for me. First off, before I go into my day, I want to come from a grateful place and thank you for not only your time and your energy, but your soulful wisdom
I appreciate that.
that goes right to the core, and these like many awakenings that marry each other is how I see what you do.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Truly.
And I'm an empath, and I'm also a light worker.
Mm-hmm.
So I look beyond the glow of, the wellspring of the gifts that we're given. And I recognize them in others.
Mm-hmm.
And I too get messages from people. So when I listen to how you embrace and how you honor people's experiences, it's a patience that really is an art from God.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, it really is. It truly is.
So and you really listen. It's that is a gift in its own, and I wonder when you go to lay your head down at night, Are you able to let go of all the energy that came through you in the day? Because you come out here and you're helping people all day long. You are constantly in service. And you have to, who do you go to outside of your prayer and meditation that continues to uplift you so you could be your best person for all of us? I guess is my question.
Yeah.
I work with creative people. I'm in the music business, as woman of jazz. That's what I'm known as. And the correlation that I sense in the work that you do and the work that I do, and how I get inspired by you, is how you work with their spirit and how gentle you are with them. And it's almost as if you create a picture for them to view, stand back and look at and consider. Because that's what will move them through when they have that aha moment that you bring them to. So I'm just sensing and listening and watching how God is working through you, and how people are receiving you, and even the ones who still struggle when you give them the gift. The but, forgive me for the but I couldn't help myself last night. Because that you're giving them the pearls, and all of a sudden it's like,
But, right.
You don't know my butt, sit in it for a minute.
Yeah.
Feel it, experience it, gravitate, lean in, whatever you got to do in order to shift yourself. So I just discovered you recently, and I immediately fell in love with you. Forgive, lady, sorry. I felt love for you. I felt, look at what this man is doing. And you're also transparent with your own life and your own experiences. When I hear the affirmations, my hands can't write fast enough. Because I get it and I don't want to lose it, but I just got it. So, here's what you got and how you see it and feel it.
Got it, yeah.
So I guess, I waited to, reach out and listen because I needed to discover why I showed up here.
Yeah.
And in the showing up here, you don't know me from Adam or, Eve. But the human spirit is allowing yourself to listen to me, as well as to get your own messages for me as I speak to you. But you have poured into me some wisdom that I needed to prophetically hear, and you didn't even know you were doing it. And I sat with it. Because I'm ascending now. I'm going through an ascending. I'm going through a letting go of someone who opened my heart and wasn't prepared to love me when he did that. And I had to sit with me and who I became in that enrollment and how I felt about that. Because I felt abandoned, I felt emptied, I felt not unworthy, I felt unheard. And I think the unheard part was the part where I wanted him to ascend with me, but he wasn't there.
Okay.
So the separation began. And I was in the midst of, I promote artistry worldwide. And throughout my career, I've been hit on left and right just to see what they can have me do for them. And I'm aware of it. It's easy to see and feel and sense, especially when they don't have a promotional budget to help themselves. My empathetic heart says, really, you don't? Well, then I sort of sit for a minute and I ask God, why did they show up in my life? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to open up to for the betterment of their soul in the world? They showed up. And my empathetic heart is, let me do something for you where you are still accountable for what it is you're asking me to do, because it's time, my energy, my thought processes. that you come up with a certain amount of money for yourself. And then I'll agree to that and I'll do it. I'll give you the $2,000 package for $200.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what you could do for yourself. Because I don't know about anybody else, whenever I get something free in the moment, I'm like, ooh, I got it free. But then for some reason, the value just goes right in the toilet. I don't know why. But so I just kind of, I think I'm in a space of working through the voices in my head
Yeah.
and having the knowledge to know where to cancel some. And some moments come and they're dark and I feel grief and I'll cry. And I know that I am. In those tears, I know I'm growing. And I know that I'm accepting what I'm working through and walking toward. So I guess, I'm in a state of redirection. And as I listen to other people's stories, I can relate on some levels, and sometimes I just want to shake them and say, did you hear what he just said?
Yeah.
And I'll put my 2 cents in there every now and then, and I'll try to calm down. But the bottom line of this is that I know that I can choose my thoughts. And I know that I get stuck sometimes, and sometimes they hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have these revelatory moments when I decide something, or I'm in the process of writing a book, and I'm learning AI and ChatGPT and the things that I feel I need to know as I move forward, as I'm supporting other lives as well as my own.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I'm tapping into my own gifts, and I feel like I'm on a magic carpet ride on some level.
Yeah.
And what I'm finding, the reason why I'm so grateful right now is because I don't have people that I can converse with like this, that
Yeah.
can hear it, get it, and help me get off of it when I need to, and to help me, with the next few steps of ascension. So this is merely letting you know what I've been experiencing and the opportunity to unveil what has been working through me since I've heard you with your gifts and helping other people. So this is a gratitude call.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I appreciate every word. I appreciate every word. I do have a question for you, though.
Mm-hmm.
When you say that you have been unheard before,
Mm-hmm.
when you say that you are trying to support yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are you supported by? Who? And when you say you've been unheard, right? When you base being heard or being supported on something, are you basing that on physical reality, or are you basing that on the truth of who you are?
I base it more on my faith
Okay.
and the truth of what I believe and know that brings me peace.
Mm-hmm.
And the unheard part is I feel like we're on different frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like my heart is wrong for what I'm trying to share or be a part of. It's the other who doesn't hear it and can't meet me as in that spiritual place.
So,
And
go ahead.
that is hard for me, because then I feel like I have to lower my consciousness level down to communicate, so then we can rise together again. And I tried that a few times, but this time around, I'm not willing to put the work in.
Mm-hmm.
I am willing to open to someone who has already ascended and is up there and says, "Come on, let's go."
Gotcha.
And that's and in the work that I also do, I work from home a lot. And the other thing that, in all honesty, I don't know how other people are dealing with the lack of human kindness in the world right now. And the division, and it's so hard to go in with people because they don't know if you're going to the left or to the right or the center or backwards.
But listen to this, guys. Listen to this right here, okay? So everything that you're saying, okay, it's a real experience. But reality's never what it seems. And I'm saying this out of love, right? Because even us going down this path for this explanation, and you saying that certain people, you know, aren't there, or you have to lower your frequency to meet them, right? That's still a story that you're telling at this moment. The truth is that you're always heard by Source. Always. You always have been. And even you sitting in this beautiful moment, right, and telling a story that someone else is not hearing you, that is simply a statement of who you are being right now. When the truth is that you can make a different decision right now, that you are always heard. You can base you being heard on that source within you. You can make the decision right now that I no longer base if I'm heard or not heard on anyone out there. I simply know that I am heard by the source within me that simply mirrors who I am back to me. And then from that perspective, once you take your power back and once you stand in the authority of who you are, you can make the statement, okay, I no longer base my worth. Not your worth, but I no longer base me being heard on the external reality. I base it on who I am right now. I am heard by Source, always have been. And now when you change the focus from this person isn't hearing me to Source always hears me, now this person must hear you because of the declaration of who you are.
I felt that behind my belly button.
All right? Because even in the beautiful thing about you telling the story is that your story has all the answers in it. All of the answers within it, right? Every time that we sit and we explain, this is what I'm going through, we are always making a declaration of who we are being in this moment. It is always a telltale sign of what reality is giving me, right? Reality is going to give you that because you've been standing in that knowing. Even right now, talking about the past, a lot of those words came off like you're talking about the present moment. It's all, so I would even recommend you, right? Because of course it's on YouTube, to watch it back and really listen to the words that you're saying. Listen to how you're speaking. What are the stories that you're telling? And if they sound like they're in the present moment, understand that that's still an affirmation. And it is as simple, and it will be as simple, and it is as powerful for you as simply saying, oh, I no longer base being heard on the external reality. I have been heard perfectly, because even when I was declaring that I am unheard, the source within me heard that identity and mirrored it back immediately. I've always been heard. So now when I base that on source, I've always been heard. And I base who I am. This is why I even asked you that question. I said, who do you base it on? Do you base it on the physical reality or source? And you said source. But then you went into physical reality. Right? You know what I'm saying? So even pulling back the identification, and I only identify as being heard by source, now reality has to follow, because this is the story that I'm telling.
Why do you have to be so deep?
Because you deserve the life that you want. You deserve the life of your dreams. You deserve perfection and prosperity and abundance and love flowing in every single corner of your life, right? Because you are the temple. You are the divine temple of Source. So reality is simply you. And when you honor who you are, when you honor your divinity fully, when you only identify as a divinity, how could I not be heard? I am source. I am here's everything. How could I not be heard? When I honor my divinity, when I only identify within my divinity, I don't identify with physical reality. Well, guess what? Physical reality must follow, because physical reality is an extension of me. So when I honor my divinity is reflected right back at me in this beautiful way. I know you felt that.
On that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you know what? I know I am so divinely guided.
Mm-hmm.
I know that I'm a beautiful, beautiful spirit. I love me.
Mm-hmm.
I give more of myself away than I give to myself sometimes. Gotta work on that.
Yeah, you could already feel me warm enough to say something.
Look in your eyes start to get a little bit. Don't forget that one. Yeah, and I get it. You know, there's language, there's power in languaging, obviously. And I'm learning that every time I put pen to paper. But I guess really, you want to ask me that question, because I'm still slowly digesting what you just shared, and it has to seep into me in a way that makes me live it.
Okay. How would you define loving yourself?
Taking good care of myself and having boundaries and love. I've learned that if you don't establish boundaries, you have a free-for-all.
Okay.
And I'm too old to have a free-for-all at this age. I want to groove at this point. And, you know, when it's time for me to hit it, tell me. So I just love myself through the grief that I feel. I've lost all of my family except for my older sister, who I don't speak to. And I have a legacy that is expected from me because I have a father and a brother who were very well known in jazz. And my work is in jazz, and you know, people look to me to touch them, and finding my own way in it, my own gift in the legacy. I just started writing a book, and as I was writing it, ChatGPT gave me the title, and I sat there in awe. In the Key of Me, Reclaiming a Jazz Legacy.
Oh, okay. That was cold. I like that. In the Key of Me.
So, right? It
I
makes
love
you
that.
realize, you know, you just got to step back for a minute and realize the gift God gave you and who you are in the map.
Yeah.
And especially if you're a giving person, you want to be there. I mean, you know, I'm such an empath. My mom told me when my brother got a shot when he was 10 years old, and I sat there watching, I cried.
Yeah.
And I can sense and feel what people are going through, and I take it in, and then I hear God give me messages for that person to hopefully have a healing moment on some level. And that's a gift that I know that I have, and I recognize it in you. I recognize me in you, I should say. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So go ahead.
But ask me a question. You need to ask me a question.
Well, at what point are boundaries healthy? All right. So you mentioned that loving yourself meant having those boundaries, not letting it be that free for all. At what point does it turn into free for all? Do you believe that in the way that you're setting boundaries right now, you are absolutely content with it? You are happy with it? The way that you are allowing people to walk in your life, the way that you're pouring out into others, are you satisfied with that right now?
No.
Okay. Why not?
I don't like it when people take advantage of me blatantly. That's a boundary for me. And it becomes one because I just realized that it's, you know, they just challenged me with whatever it is that they wanted. and I clearly identified it as taking advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of, I'm, born in Chicago and brought up in New York, so my New York City needs to like calm down sometimes when I feel hurt or taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm learning that that's a boundary that I need to keep.
Mm.
And also how I'm treated as a woman in a relationship. If I'm with someone and there's a cohesive, beautiful understanding, and wherever we are, and then he looks away like he's got a look on his face like, "Ooh, baby, don't make me love you."
Yeah.
As I'm sitting there, that's a boundary.
Gotcha. Have we had this conversation before?
No.
I've just had extreme deja vu then, which is pretty cool. So,
You mean you and me?
yeah, this exact conversation. This exact conversation.
No.
That's,
But it's a truth. It's a truth.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
it was telepathically, who knows?
perhaps, right? Whatever the purpose is, it was still a beautiful moment.
Like that.
How? Okay. Let's go directly to what you want. Okay, let's go directly to your ideal self right now. How are you treated? Right now, go to your ideal self with your boundaries, with whatever. How are you treated in the industry that you are in? How are you treated by the men in your life, in relationships? How do people show up for you? You're on mute if you're talking.
Sorry, I was staring off into them.
No problem. No problem.
They come to me because they need my services, what I do.
Mm-hmm.
On a personal note, some like my style and my feminine mystique, whatever it is that is, drawing them near.
Beautiful.
And I recognize that because I honestly sense it, feel it, know it, and I'm in it.
Perfect. So let's start with the first one, right? So when you say they come to you because they need your services, there has to be more, right? Because that's already what's happening. Because even settling into that knowing, people come to you because they need your service. Okay, cool. But even that needing has led them to try to get over that. So it's a little bit more than that, right?
Sometimes they utilize the entree to me with, I need a promo video or a press release or whatever, and then they start to talk to me and then, start going to personal conversation. I only go so far into the personal conversation.
Yeah.
Because we're doing business.
So this is that's exactly where I'm trying to push you, is it's stepping into beyond they show up for you, or they show up because they need your services. It's they show up because they need your services, and they also have this value and respect for you to provide this service, right? So that's the other part of it.
Yes. I tend to believe that I have a decent reputation in the industry, and people come to me for, they see the work that I do, and they want that from me as well.
Perfect. But we're not talking about the past right now, okay? Not talking about the past. I'm talking about ideally, how do they show up for you right now? So why? That's where I went when I said they show up because they need the services, and they also value and respect the work that you can provide for them, the job that you can do for them.
Yes, and they show up like that.
Perfect. All right. Now, have you been in that knowing? Have you went to that end before? Or is this the first time you've really formulated that end?
The end meaning?
The end meaning that exact knowing, right? So ideally, how would people show up to you? They would show up because they value your work, they respect you, they see the benefits and the value that they can receive from your service, and they respect you to not cross any lines. Have you went to that end yet? Or have you simply been living in the present or living in the past?
I'm living in the present
Okay.
because in the present it reveals to me what is showing up in the present.
I see. So
I could come up with all different kinds of scenarios as to how people have shown up in the past and what I'm ready for if it's something that I identify as in their conversation. You can always tell when it falls out of the professional realm in conversation. So,
but that's what I'm saying, God. It's like this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that in this moment, all right, you've been walking through and you've been identifying with the things that you have experienced. And we think that we're going and we're digging up our past to say this is how it is. But what we're really doing is we're saying this is who I am. This is how I am treated. And now we're going back in the past and we're pulling evidence into the present moment. What I'm trying to get you to do is step out of viewing who you are based on what has happened in the past and simply stand in this moment and decide this is how I'm treated right now. All right. So the ideal client, this is how they treat me. They come in with respect. They value my work. They don't cross boundaries. They see specifically the value that I will provide. And now from that knowing in this present moment, every step that you take, every breath that you take, when you actually, it goes back to what I was saying before, when you honor the divinity that you are by selecting what you desire, by selecting who you are right now, not based on the past, but based on your ideal, right? Now, every moment, every breath you take, every step that you take allows reality to what? To respect that divinity by reflecting that divinity back at you. So instead of walking through life and saying, okay, this is how they've treated me. This is what has happened. This is how the situation has looked. This is what has been going on. It's saying the past, I no longer live there. That version of me in the past, I leave it there. I leave that version in the past to handle those situations. And now I sit in this moment of power, in this present moment. And instead of judging everything as an indication that people are still in the past, I judge everything as an unfolding to the future. Everything is leading me to this new desire because I have embodied it right now.
I feel you. I do.
Beautiful.
I do, and I get it.
Beautiful.
And that's really across the board.
Absolutely. That's the realization right there, right? It's across the board in all aspects of your life. This is the push for you to do that in your romantic relationships as well. How do men see you? How do the suitors see you? Right? Who are you going to be right now? Who do you decide that you are from this moment forward? And now let reality reveal that to you. You no longer have to base who you are on anything in the past. The past is the past. Let it fade away, right? You no longer are attached to it. You are made fresh in every moment, and you get to select this beautiful story. And now you get to live out your love story in your life, in every area, in your career, in your relationships, with your family, with everyone, with everything. You get to romanticize your life from this beautiful moment right now.
You know what I think the other thing is?
Mm-hmm.
I was a single mother. I am a single mother. I mean, she's married and has a child, and I took care of both of my parents and so forth. And all of a sudden, I have this freedom that I don't have to tend to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
and it's a whole new life. It's a whole new way of looking.
Yeah.
Myself, wait, I have time for me now.
Yeah.
I have time to love myself back now.
You do.
So this is a very interesting place to land and in a good way. And I'm opening up to a lot of new thinking. And I laugh, I smile, I cry, I create, I keep myself busy. But the perfect world for me right now is to love myself like I never loved myself before. And let it air. I'm not gonna come up with any other design other than that and let it work from there.
Will do. Will do. I'm still gonna keep pushing you on those stories, right? I'm still gonna keep pushing you on those. But
I appreciate that because I need that in my life.
absolutely.
I need that in my life.
Absolutely.
And my first knee-jerk reaction because of what I do, my experience with you is something I'd love to share with the people that follow me.
Absolutely.
Because you understand the artistic mind and the spiritual mind, the creative mind. That money that could utilize through services and help build. So we can talk about that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But stay
I'm
on
open to
me.
it.
I appreciate it. I feel like I found a soul friend, and I thank you for being. And I thank everybody else who's in here who listened to my stories.
I appreciate your wisdom. Appreciate you you opening up. Appreciate the vulnerability. And I already trust and know that everything's unfolded for you beautifully, no matter what.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And
Appreciate you.
much love from the bottom of my heart.
Absolutely.
And I will see you the very next time soon.
Absolutely, Goddess. Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you. Appreciate y'all, man. Truly. Always appreciate y'all. What's up? What's up?
Hi, Alex.
How are you doing today?
Sorry, I have a flu, so my voice is a bit husky.
No problem. No problem.
I'm so happy to be here again.
Love that you're here. I know that you're healing. You don't sound husky, girl. You sound beautiful.
Thank you. I was here a month ago. Okay, first of all, before I go into my story, when Woman of Jazz, as soon as she started speaking, I just thought, wow, this woman is saying exactly what I was thinking the whole time I was listening to you, because I was just appreciating like how you always patient. I'm always on your live. When you come live, I always try to come in and I just listen to the people's stories, and I always appreciate how you handle them. A lot of people come on here and a lot of them are frustrated with what they're going through. And a lot of times you can hear the frustration in their voices, especially when they're trying to get, to bring out what they're feeling and understanding what you're saying, but you handle them so well. Everybody leaves, satisfied. Everybody leaves happy, and you just feel this is somebody living. They live a different person from how they came in.
Appreciate you.
And it's just something else. I don't know, I can't even explain. And I always feel so blessed. A lot of times I come on here with a lot of questions, maybe about different situations I'm going through. And I don't even have to come on and request to speak to you. I just have to listen to other people's stories and how you respond to them, how you make them understand. And I just leave satisfied. I'm okay, I'm good.
That's
And I
beautiful.
really appreciate you so much.
And I appreciate the kind words. Truly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I came here about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I'm from Kenya.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
And came here with my business stories. I had just come in from an event.
Mm-hmm.
I had told you that I had just acquired a food truck.
I remember. Mm-hmm.
I had just come in from an event, and I told you how it did not go how I expected.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I said out of that, I got something positive. I got some connections, even got an invite to another event.
Yep.
So now I'm back, and I'm just coming from that other event.
Mm-hmm.
And despite of how I went in with all positivity and saying that I was not going to dwell on what had happened in the other one, as soon as I got there, everything started going left.
Okay.
And it was a 2-day event. Day one started off, there was a lot of hiccups, a lot of things that were out of my control.
Okay.
The other people that were there, the other vendors, because I was going in as a vendor, I had the other vendor coming in, disadvantaged me maybe by charging very low prices, and I could not compete.
Mm-hmm.
It was hard for me to compete. Like, either I had to bring my prices very much low or just sell with the price that I was selling, of which now nobody was coming to buy.
Okay.
And okay, so I said, okay, this is day one, it's not going good, it's fine. Let me now focus on day two, which was really yesterday. And I just said, okay, things are going to be okay. And I really tried to be strong for my team as a leader. At least I did not break down as I had done in the previous situation.
Okay.
But coming into day two, again, something that was out of my control happened. We had a very low turnout.
Okay.
A very low turnout. So now, I'm here, I have all this food, and I'm not selling. And I still have this other vendor selling their food so cheap. And again, we have a very low turnout. So eventually, I ended up just selling very little. I even left early. And of course, it goes without saying, I made a huge loss.
Okay.
So now I'm here because I can't afford to give up.
Mm-hmm.
But I need you to just guide me on how do I move forward without dragging what has happened in these past 2 events. Because these are the first 2 events in this business that I'm doing, you see?
Yes.
And they've all turned out like the first one was how it was. And I don't want to dwell in the past, but I just want
No
to
problem.
the history so that now you can
Oh, I
guide me
got
on how to move forward.
I got you. I
How
got
do
you.
I move forward without dragging what has happened with me into the future now? And how do I just talk to myself and convince myself, like, just, without doubting that I can now move forward and succeed? Because
Perfect.
I want to move forward and I want to succeed in this business.
Perfect. All right. So let's really get into this. All right. I was typing because I was taking notes. I was remembering because there were key points that I wanted to hit that you brought up. The number one thing that I want to ask you is, how do you define success in your business? And before you answer, I want to say just one short thing. When I got into trading, because I trade, that's how I make my living, I would affirm I am a successful trader. I make this amount of money. I have 50K days. I do this. I would affirm those, okay? And then what I found was that even though I was saying that that's who I was still going into the market and I was trying to hit these home runs. I was trying to turn $500 into $10,000 in a day. And in the process of me doing that, I was chasing something, okay? I was chasing something. I was saying that I'm really not success. I was saying I'm not going to be success until I see something in the external reality that validates me, right? So what I'm saying is that we tend to have these definitions of success. Success is X amount of money. Success are these types of events. But then we base our entire success on the very next thing that we do. And we believe if the next thing that we do does not look like I have it in my head, then that's not success. So the first thing that I want to do with you is I really want to sit and I want to define success. I want us to have a North Star for you in your life, in your business specifically. And that North Star is going to carry you through every single event you go through. And from there, these events are we'll get to that in a second. So let's talk about the success first. How would you define success?
Yeah, now that you say that, of course, I already understand that I define success the wrong way, because how I define it is by I set the goals that I need to achieve this. After this business, after this event happens, this is what I need to achieve. So I feel like if I don't attain what I had set already, I define that as unsuccessful.
All right. So let's see.
I have to attain a certain goal in order to say that, okay, now I know I succeeded.
Gotcha. So let's even talk about that, right? So the first time that you went to the event, it didn't go as planned from how your perception sees it, right? But
Yes.
you are the perfection within whatever circumstance you walk in, right? Your success is not based on an individual performance. Just like an athlete's success is not based on an individual game. It is based on the long term. It is based on who they are through the ups and the downs, all right? Whatever the situation, one of my favorite affirmations that I always say is, I am that I am no matter what. Okay? You are the perfection in your situation, no matter what you see. Your success is already promised to you. But we simply need to define what true success is. Because you doing well in one event is not success to you. That's not really what you really want. That would make you feel good right now, but that's not what you really want. You want it sustained over a long period of time. You want this money to flow in a very consistent way over time. Even if you did well today and then you didn't do well the next time, maybe today is exactly what you need to simply recalibrate your goals, refocus, and actually go down that path. Nothing is meaningless. Nothing is meaningless. So the first time you got new contacts, all right? So now at the very least, we're going to come up with a different definition of success for you, right? So I would, if I was you, I would sit and I would write, okay, if how do you want to live your life? And it doesn't have to be why I would say, especially with business, why I say 5 years from now is because 5 years from now, it cuts through the nonsense. When we get caught up in immediate results, we start saying, oh, success is just me doing good in the next thing. But the next thing is not an indicator that your business is successful, right? So when you start to look 5 years from now and then you take that vision and you embody it now this gives you the tools to walk through all these situations and just get clarity. I'm sure that you learned things in this last event that will carry you forward, just like you learned things from the first event, right? So this was not for nothing. Exactly. And so even when you look at it, when you say, okay, 5-year plan, now in 5 years, this is what I want to have per year. This is what I want to have by there. Maybe you want to have 5 different trucks by then. Maybe you want to be in a store. Maybe you want to have a storefront by then. Whatever the case may be, when you hold that vision and you know you are that person right now, when you walk through these situations and some of the events are up, some of them are down, what you know is it doesn't matter what it looks like. You are the perfection within the storm. You are the perfection within your emotions. You are the perfection no matter what is going on with other vendors and yada yada and this and that. Crowd turnout, you are the perfection. So every step you take, every day that you keep going is what? It's just the unfolding of that larger desire. You don't want to embody the next event. You want to embody the full success, the full beauty of the life that you want to live. Go there.
Right.
Make a goal so big, right? Embody something so big that these little things they're just small things. I'm not saying it's little. I'm just saying that from the perspective of what you want as a whole, these small things or these individual things are just They're just learning experiences. They're opportunities to keep growing and expanding.
Yeah, right.
So that's number one. It's the 5 year. And if you want to talk about it, if you want to write it out and you want to DM me, and I can kind of, I'm always open to that. So the next question I would ask is, you were basing quote unquote success or quote unquote things going right or wrong based on the external circumstances. Okay. The number one thing that you said somebody else's pricing. Somebody else is something out of your control. Their pricing did something.
Right.
Okay. The second thing you mentioned on the second day was turnout. Two things you cannot control. Right? And you did mention that you can't control those. The powerful perspective, right, with having that full definition, that big 5 year plan and embodying that right now, is now whatever shows up in that external reality, right? When you say, I am this person that is in a successful business that has all these things working out no matter what, right? When you say that no matter what, now you know that no matter what I see, they can slash their prices. But what is for me, no matter what. The crowd doesn't have to turn out big today, because what is for me is for me. The people that even whoever interacts with your business, whoever eats your food, they are going to be touched by it and they're going to come back. Whatever people work with you, that is you building connections for this larger goal. It's all unfolding perfectly, right? You already have it. But do not base who you are on one single event. Just like the first event did not determine who you are, this next event does not determine who you are. The next one does not determine who you are. None of them. You determine who you are through all of it. And so when you go to that big goal, now you allow everything to begin to unfold perfectly towards it.
Yeah, I get you. It's just that I feel like I'm repeating myself, because this is where I was again the other time, because I remember me saying, and I'm still there, like in the moment when things are going terrible, like one thing after another, it is so difficult to stay in the end. Let me use those words. It's so hard. Yes. As much as I try to tell myself, but I don't know, this is what I need to understand. Like, how do I do it when I'm in the midst of the chaos, in the moment, How do I keep myself sane? Let me use the word. Like, because literally, at that point, I'm bordering insanity. Like, things are going terrible. Like, okay, and I
They're
know
not.
again I'm basing it on the goals that I've set, which I'm not supposed to. Just guide me, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're not going. You're going insane because you think that you're supposed to feel perfect, and your feelings of perfection are tied to what you receive. But that's not the case. You just are perfect. Right? How do you handle your emotions when they're going crazy in the middle of the storm? However you do is perfect. You do the best that you can. It's not in your trying where your perfection lies. Your perfection simply lies in your existence. So if you need to take a deep breath in the middle of it, right? If you need to take a deep breath and remind yourself, no, I am the perfection within this storm. No matter what it looks like, this is still perfectly unfolding for me. That's what it is. Does that mean that you're going to feel better? No. I say that a lot, and sometimes I don't feel better about it, but I just remind myself and I go continue to do the best that I can. There were going to be situations that stretch you, right? There are going to be situations that push you. That's just part of the game. That's part of the life. That's all part of your human experience, right? Is that you're going to have these things and they're going to kind of throw you off. You just remember whenever you can remember. And then when you get out of that situation, you remind yourself again. Right? That's all. You're trying to be perfect is not where your perfection is. Your perfection is just because you exist. That's it. It's as simple as that. It's so simple that it seems complex. Your perfection is no matter what you're feeling, no matter what you're thinking, you just are perfect, no matter what the situation is. And it's the trusting that it is unfolding perfectly for you.
Right.
You're not doing anything wrong at all. You're not doing anything wrong at all. But do not base your success on this one event. Sure, you can say exactly how you want, but even okay. So let me dig a little bit deeper. Even you. Okay, so in the middle of the event, whenever things were going off, okay, and you decided to say, no, I'm still perfect, and you affirmed through it. When you were feeling negative, did you believe that your negativity pulled you out of alignment?
It did. And as much as I was trying, I was saying things because I had to keep on encouraging my team. And I will tell them, I will keep on calling them aside and telling them, the day is not yet over.
But hold
on.
on.
I didn't even believe myself. I didn't even believe what I was saying. I just told them so that they can see that, yes, I'm staying strong and also to keep them strong. But
No. Hold up.
In my heart, I didn't even.
I already get what you're saying right here, okay? So think about what you're saying. You're saying, I didn't feel like it was true. I didn't believe it. You are basing belief and faith on a feeling, on an emotion, but that's not belief. That's not faith. Belief and faith has nothing to do with your emotions. It's about your marriage, your commitment to telling the same story. You have faith because you told the same story. Now, so that's number one. Number one is if you think that your feelings, okay, if you think that your feelings mean alignment, then anytime you feel bad, you're going to think you're out of alignment. And you can feel bad for no reason. You can feel bad because somebody gives you bad news. You can feel bad just because you're itching today, right? So when we start associating faith and belief with feelings, we are always going to be thrown off because you can't control your feelings. They go all over the place. Your faith is being able to, even when you feel bad, even when your thoughts start racing, you just remind yourself, no, okay, I don't believe, I don't feel like it's true. However, I still say it. I still go to the fact that no, it's all working out because I'm perfect. That is faith. Number two.
Yes.
Second part, okay? In the midst of all that, you believing that feeling negative pulls you out of alignment is just a story that you're telling. And when you tell that story, you're creating that reality. Right? So when you go from this, all right, so right now you are in perfect alignment because you are source. You are the creator.
Right.
You are God. God is within you. You are perfectly in alignment. Now from this point forward, your word is law. Okay? If you feel like your feelings are going to take you out of alignment and you say, dang, because I feel this way, I'm out of alignment, that is true. But if you say that and you say, no, never mind. I'm always in alignment because I'm source. Guess what? You are always in alignment. You've always been in alignment. So just you saying that because you feel a certain way, you're out of alignment, that right there is just an illusion. It's you creating this story. You're making it more difficult than it has to be. You're always in alignment, no matter how you feel. You're always in alignment, no matter what you think. You're always in alignment. What do you choose to say after that storm passes of emotions and negativity and stories, or in the middle of it when you catch yourself? What do you choose to say? That is important. Just by you choosing to say, no, it's all working out perfectly. That is where your point of power is. Everything else is just noise.
And that this is really eye-opening because now I'm seeing it from another perspective because I've been carrying my feelings a lot, like because maybe of what I've been
Yeah.
understanding, I felt like maybe whatever I feel is what will determine like the outcome of everything. And so the more I'm feeling terrible about the situation, the worse the situation gets. But now I have to learn to separate myself and just know that the feelings will be there.
Yes.
And a lot of times I will not have control over how I feel, but that should not determine how the outcome of whatever is happening should be.
Precisely.
Now I know that I can separate myself from the feelings and just respect that the feelings will always be there, good and bad. But that will not affect my outcome.
Precisely.
I understand you perfectly. I'm so happy.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely. That's it, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Awesome.
That's the magic. It's when we stop trying to control our emotions, stop trying to control our thoughts, and we just know that no, I simply am source and I am perfect. Everything is good, right? I go to that deep knowing, and then I just do the best that I can. If my emotions are overwhelming, I do what my best with them, and I remember who I am through them. I remember who I am at certain points in time, and that is enough, right? That is where your alignment is, or else you're just making unnecessary rules that are impossible. Imagine trying to walk around for the rest of your life controlling your emotions, controlling every thought. You would drive yourself crazy.
Yes.
All right?
And I have been.
Exactly.
I
Like,
have been, and it's just something so heavy has been lifted off,
yeah.
and I'm ready to face tomorrow now.
Amen.
I am ready to face tomorrow.
Amen. Amen.
I'm so
Amen.
grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so
I'll
much.
still DM you so that maybe you can help me on, because I think now moving forward, I need to start journaling. We call it journaling.
Yeah, journal.
How
Journal.
I say it is
Yeah.
different.
Yeah. Understood.
I need to start writing down things
Yeah.
so that I think it will help me. I've not been doing that. I think it will help me move
Yeah.
forward in a positive way. I just need to know like how to also go about it so that I do not maybe in doing it, doing
Yeah.
a lot of negative things, my past and all that. I just need to understand how to move forward with that. But
I got you. So one
I'm
thing,
good now.
even before we jump off with journaling, right, is journaling is powerful, just like affirming is powerful, just like visualizing is powerful. But when you do it from the perspective of reminding yourself who you already are, right? If you
Yes.
want to do that journaling, remind yourself who you already are. Or you can write down stuff and release it and say, I no longer am this. If you got some things on your mind that you want to, you want to cuss somebody out, but you don't want to cuss them out to their face, just write it down. Like, hey, look, I'm not that person anymore, right? But the power in all of these techniques, journaling, affirming, visualization, is that you are source, you are divinity, you are God, right? And so it's reminding yourself of that in that present moment. It is reclaiming your power. It is using this beautiful present moment to reaffirm who you already are.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. I'm okay.
Cool. Thank you,
Yes.
Goddess.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Goddess. I appreciate you. I appreciate you more.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Later.
Bye.
Look at y'all. Look at y'all. Look at y'all. Y'all gonna make me blush today. All these success stories, all these shifts, all this magic happening. What's going on today? There must be something in the air. Must be something in the air. Is it a special day today? Is it the Lionsgate portal? Huh? It must be the Lionsgate portal. Is it the tuna fish portal? The tuna fish moon portal? What is going on? Somebody must have sacrificed a goat. Somebody sacrificed. Oh, it's Virgo season, right? It is Virgo. It must be the Virgos in the air. Is it the lion? It's the Lionsgate. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, Miss Rosa. Jordan, I haven't seen you on here this whole time. You just popped up out of nowhere. Who's next? Who is next? What's up, Serena? Hello, hello.
Alex, how you doing?
I'm beautiful. How you doing?
How's your day been so far?
Oh, can't complain. It's been great.
Okay.
Beautiful day. Beautiful day.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Certain things I wanted to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
We've spoken before. I don't know if you remember me.
Of course I remember you. I remember everybody.
Pardon me?
I said, of course I remember you. I remember everybody.
Oh, of course. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Question one. Do you think focusing on manifestation is somehow detrimental to your manifestation?
Yes. No, I'm just playing. So it's only detrimental if you say it's detrimental. Remember, you still have the final say so, right? So you can be the one that decides, oh, because I'm focusing on this too much, it can take it away. Because I'm focusing on it too much, it's slowing it down. I need to, this is what people are like, oh, how do I detach from my desire? How do I detach from this or that, right? Well, even that is a belief. You are source. Therefore, you are simply making rules as you go. So why make the rules difficult for you? Make the rules easy for you, right? You simply have it because you have it. The moment you had the desire and you claimed it, you became it. Reality is unfolding for you. It's irrevocable now. Whether you believe that focusing on whether you believe on focusing on manifesting it or not, either way, it's already promised to you. I heard that sigh when I first said yes.
It's just that, like I said before,
Mm-hmm.
we were talking, that I've been trying to manifest an SP for quite a while. It's been a while. I know I'm focusing on the time in terms of since I've started and things have unfolded, hasn't been pretty, whatever. Right?
Okay.
Me and my SP, we live together.
Yeah, I
We
remember.
got to work together.
Mhm.
We're surrounded by each other 24/7. Now, I know for a fucking fact that there is no way in hell that this person does not love me. No matter what happens, I will utmost certainly believe that. I do believe that.
But
Recently, I would say for the last week, I was in a state of, I've done enough. I think I have done enough. All the visualizations, all the affirmations, all the internal turmoil, all of that. I've done enough. And I would just like to relax now.
you deserve to relax, okay?
I truly do. But, sorry, there's an airplane going off.
Oh man, I thought it was an animal, bro. I was like, I was trying to focus. Like, dang, is something? Is she in the woods? What's going on?
No, I'm just sitting outside my house.
Go ahead.
But me and my SP have been hanging out for the last couple of days. Positive. I would like to specify that because it was positive. It was very loving. It was very nice. And I think that's the state I would like to be in. You know, there are other people who started showing up in my life. And I think
Other men?
where, yes,
Okay.
a lot of other men.
Oh yeah. hey, may the best one win. But go ahead.
It's just, I think I'm a little too focused on the SP. And I honestly don't even want the other men. But then again, the more I don't want other people pop up, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because that's a story that you're telling.
Pardon me?
I said yeah, because that's a story that you're telling as well. Right? You're telling the story of but it's been a long time, which is still a story. And then you're telling the story of should I want them more, or I want him, and When I don't want them, they're attracted more. You're making law. You're creating, this entire story has been you creating law, or you recalling the law you've created. You get what I'm saying? I can break it down more.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow, the more that I get into this whole thing, right, of relaxation and not wanting things, the more that I feel like things come to me. And I agree, it's a story I've been telling myself, but it's a story that is true. If that makes sense.
It makes sense, but it makes sense, okay? Because, of course, your stories are true because there are stories, and we are the source of this reality. But how does telling that story serve you in this situation? So if this story does not serve you in this situation, then why hold on to it? Because you even doubled down. I know that this is just my story, but it's true. You doubled down and you dug in like, no. I get it's a story, no, but this is the truth. Does it have to be? No. You can simply choose to tell a new story. When? Right now. That everything is easy to you. Whether you want it or don't want it, it is easy for you. But what you're really doing, okay, and let me really kind of go in right here. What you're really doing is you're using what you see out there to determine who you are. You see something out there, like if you already have them, you already have them. But now you are counting this time. You're saying it's been X amount of time and nothing's happened, or this is still going on, or we're talking, but I'm trying really hard to manifest him, and that must be why he's not showing up. So you're already telling all these stories against what you want, right? The time, the trying hard, the efforting to get him. It's all against you. And now you're saying all these other dudes are showing up, and reality is just showing you. Like, you're the one who's saying that the less I want them, the more they show up, the more they just try to do whatever, right? That in itself is just reality confirming your belief. You only have that belief because reality keeps confirming it because you continue to say the story. The same thing is happening with your SP. You're not seeing them because you are telling the story of time. You're telling the story of it's difficult. I'm trying. So if I'm trying, then it must be slower. It's all you. Everything that you're saying, you're simply just telling me about your reality. But in your entire story are the laws that you have been creating. With love.
So I listened to a couple manifestation creators.
Mm-hmm.
One would be Eric
Mm-hmm.
from The Power of I Am. One would be Tom Kieran.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that I understand both, but I think I relate more to Eric. And there was a sentence that he said, if once you have it, you don't want it anymore. Which is kind of what relays to what I was trying to say previously. For example, you have it in your 4D, in your imagination. You have it. You're spending time with your SP, you're doing this and you're doing that, all in imagination, which is the real reality. If you want that, you wouldn't be associating yourself with the version of the SP that isn't showing up for you, and you wouldn't tolerate said behavior. So you would just let go of that version of SP.
And you believe that. And that's why your reality is reflecting that. It's you're almost saying, okay, that you have to release your desire and no longer want it anymore and feel a certain type of way to get it. But you have the desire because this is sourced wanting to experience it through you. I hear you, right? What that sentence said, right? It spoke to you. You're still holding on to it. And now you're looking at your reality. You're saying the men that I don't want, the men that I don't want, the ones that I detach from, those are the ones that show up. And then you're saying the one that I'm trying to manifest, that's the one that's not showing up. So clearly this must be true, but you're still creating law. You're still creating law, okay? The powerful perspective to get to, okay? It's not that you don't quote unquote want it. It's not that you don't quote unquote want to see it out there, right? When we say you don't need to see it, what that truly means, okay? What that truly means is that you don't need the external world to prove to you that you are right. You have made the decision. You have chosen that you are doing it right, that you have it. And from that perspective, reality can actually listen to you and can change. But the more that you're waiting on reality to show you, right? Because that's really what you're doing by saying, oh, it's been X amount of time and maybe I should manifest him differently, or maybe I should pull back. All of these other people that I'm not trying with, they show up. You're really saying that I need that external proof. So it's not that I don't need it as in I don't want it anymore. It's that I'm not waiting on proof out there to show me who I am. Miss Amanda.
So let's, for example, this is the story I'm telling myself.
Okay.
How can I make it work for me? Because I remember in the past, again, this is the story I'm telling myself, or I have been telling myself for however long I've been alive, or whatever. There are things that I have manifested. There are things that I've consciously manifested yet forgotten about. And they've come into play. Simplest thing. When I was into the whole robotic affirmation plan, it was, oh my god, it was horrid. But I used to use a counter. And I thought to myself, oh, wouldn't it be crazy that if I give myself like a tally counter thingy and just count my affirmations? It was a very stupid thing to do, but it was a thought. And after that, I gave up on the whole robotic affirmation. It's so stupid.
But it's not stupid. They are powerful. It's just from the remembrance that you already are that person.
I think it created more resistance for me than anything, because if I'm saying all of that and it's not showing up, that was back then.
Okay.
Now it's different, but
All
that was
right.
back then. Recently, I went into a place to get perfumes, and I found a tally thingy, and they gave it to me for free. So I know I'm creating.
Okay.
Right? It's a fact. It's not even that I believe it, it's a fact.
Okay. But
I have noticed patterns where once I let it go, once I don't think about it anymore, is when it comes in.
all right, so let me ask you this question then. Do you think you could let go of this man that you want?
I can't.
Okay, cool. So let's stop right there. Then why are you holding on, fighting for this law in your life that says you have to? Why?
I don't know, I'm just trying to make sense of things, I guess. I think it's just the logical side of things, because truth be told, I'm at the edge of just completely giving up. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a journey, and it's been times in my life that have taken a back seat. And I don't like that fact.
Okay.
Sometimes, and I understand that there was desperation involved, there was a lot of forceful energy, making things happen energy in the play of it, and I did not understand it for the life of me for the longest time,
Okay.
but now I do. I would say the desperation of it has faded. It's completely gone. But I still like to have this man in my life as my husband because I see it differently, man. I see this person completely different.
Amanda. All right. I'm telling you this out of love, okay? I'm telling you this out of pure love. You are fighting against yourself in this situation. You are holding on to rules about reality creation that do not benefit you, that do not benefit your end. And the more that you do that, right, you are just creating basically a situation for you to drive yourself crazy. I hear you when you say, I just want to give up. But then in the very next breath, you say, but I see marriage. You don't want to give up, right? Both of these are, it's this swing. I was talking about this a couple of days ago on the live, which is this kind of swinging, this clinging to two sides of the spectrum. On one side, it's I'm clinging on to this version of him that I don't want this version of him, but I'm clinging on to it. I'm exhausted. I've been trying to affirm and trying to visualize. Of course, it seems like hard work because when you're trying to forcefully do all those things to change somebody, you're not doing it for love. You're doing it out of lack. And then all of a sudden we go all the way to the other side and we say, nah, I should just give up. But even deep down, we know you don't want to give up. Even that is almost this attempt to say, maybe if I just fully let go, I'll get it. So it's not even about letting go. It's about going into the middle of that swing. What is the middle? It is that you don't even want that version of them. So allow that one to go and love the version of them that you want. You have them, and that's the only rule. And now it's confronting all these other beliefs. All these other beliefs, okay? The first belief is, oh, if I just completely detach from them, then I'll get them. That's not true. People create all the time. People manifest all the time with intense attachment to their desire. Damn near needing their desire to show up so they can pay rent and keep their home. So that can't be it. That's simply a law that you're making in your reality. You don't have to hold on to those. You don't have to. You can get whatever you want and it can flow to you in the way that you want it to.
Forget it. I understand. I think it's just that unled or immersion must be affecting.
Yeah.
For example, there's a 3P involved. And I shouldn't want a person that is with somebody. You know?
Amanda. Keep going. That's a story, but keep going.
I get it. I understand it. But in terms of self-concept, it makes no sense wanting a person that is with somebody else.
But they're not with somebody else. The version of them that you want is with you. You don't want the version of them that's with them, right? So it's not even the same. Even me saying I don't want that, it's assuming that there's only one reality. There's infinite. The version of him that you have is not with anyone else.
But that version only exists in imagination.
But imagination is real. What is an imagination? When you walk in the room, you begin to say, oh, these people are looking at me this way. That's imagination. When we get up and we say, oh, what clothes am I going to wear? That's imagination. It's all, what is an imagination? It's all imagination. Imagination is reality. The circumstances that you see out there, they're just empty shells. You breathe life into them by saying what they are. Reality is more real than what you see out there. I know we're really fighting right now.
Yeah,
We are fighting. We are fighting right now, man.
Yes.
It's out of love, though. It's out of love. I'm doing this because you deserve what you want.
I'm fighting old assumptions. I'm trying to make sense of the new assumptions, but when the new assumptions don't show up, or at least I don't perceive it that way, that's when it's a fight. Because I would like to have it. I would like to experience it now.
You can.
And I do. I do, trust me. Every night I go to bed, there's one single scene that I play out. That's very vivid too.
Whoa, whoa, man. Whoa. Keep it PG.
And I love that scene. It's so pretty, it's so beautiful, it's so, it encapsulates everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at my current reality and I can't seem to accept it.
Okay. But that's the
How am I
thing.
supposed to live with a person that is with somebody else and I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a doozy.
It's not. It's not a doozy, right? You're making it that way, but it's not. You have him in the story, right? How can you figure out how to get him when you already have him? The version of him that you're experiencing, that's an old version of him. The version of him that you have is the current real version of him. Reality is just unfolding for you. That's all.
The detachment does play a part in it, right?
No, it doesn't. Detachment and how it shows up, sure. But detachment and what you want, no. It's looking at him and knowing when you see that external reality, oh, this is not reality anymore. This is an old version of reality. It's unfolding to match my imagination, which is the truth. But it's more than that story. Because if it was just that story, it would be fine with you. What it is beyond that is all of these other mini stories. This story of time, it's been this way. And I'm continuously looking and waiting for something out there to validate me. Can't do that. The next one is, oh, I have to detach, right? You keep coming back to the detachment. You even just went there again. So it is about detachment. You don't have, it's not about not wanting somebody to get them. It's not that the less you want them, the faster you get them. That's just a story that you've created. And even by you studying that story, you should see how powerful you are. Because just by you telling that story, it is your reality. Think about it. If you go back on YouTube and you rewatch this segment, right now we're at 4 hours and 7 minutes. If you rewatch this and you listen to yourself tell the story, you will see exactly your reality. You are simply explaining the laws in your reality. We think that we're just telling it how it is. But when we start telling our story, we reveal that we're just telling it how we are. We are simply stating our beliefs, and reality has just been confirming them because we've been telling those beliefs. It's not how it seems. Reality is an illusion. It is not what it seems. It is only how you tell it. You can change it like this. You don't have to intellectually or logically understand why everything unfolds fast for you, whether you want it badly or not. You simply need to tell that story and allow it to actually be the truth in your reality. Why are you clinging to rules that do not benefit you? Just for the sake of trying to logically explain them. What about life is logical? What about this manifestation is logical? You imagine some shit and it just pops up in your face like a titty. Oh, shit. What about manifestation is logical? But we get into this trap where we start trying to explain our way out of things because we just don't want to know it. We want to explain something to just hide our doubt, to put a mask over our doubt.
Let me do one thing. Can I get back to you in the morning once you're back on live?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm always here.
My battery's about to die and I don't have my charger outside.
Nah, no problem, guys.
I will talk to you in the morning.
I appreciate it.
Hopefully something clicks in the night.
I
And we'll
appreciate
see where it goes.
Most definitely. Rewatch this segment, man. Rewatch this segment of you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you. All right, y'all. I got time for one more because your boy is ready to lay his black ass down. All right, one more. Who's going to win the sweepstakes? I can be bribed. I can be bribed. All right. We got about 9 minutes, though. And the winner of the raffle is the Dusty Pink Dragon. What's up, man? How you doing?
I won, right?
You won the raffle.
How are you? I know you're tired. I saw it when I came on. I'm like, Alex needs to go to bed.
I'm never tired. I'm always full of energy. I ain't gonna lie. I am sleepy. Never mind. I lied. I am a little sleepy.
But I might make it quick. I just wanted to find out when you say different versions of SP, is it that say you're seeing this person manifested in the flesh, but they're not reciprocating the energy you want? Is it that you let go of that person you're seeing and hold on to the feeling, and then they'll show up? You want them to show up in a different body per se, in a different time?
A new body. No, not so. Sorry, let me not tell jokes, right? You can tell I get tired when I start telling too many jokes. Within everybody is infinite versions of them, right? So think about it like this, all right? Within you are infinite versions of you. And based on the version that you assume, the perspective that you assume, reality follows. So if you assume prosperity, reality mirrors prosperity. If you pretend that there is lack in this world, which there isn't, reality then gives you the illusion of lack, right? So you're always switching between these different perspectives. The infinite versions of you are just different perspectives. The perspective of you if you were rich, if you were poor, if you were homeless, yada, 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 yada. Everybody else has that. However, in your reality, you are the number one. You are the only operant power. So as I'm walking through reality, right, I have assumptions of other people. And if I make an assumption of you, guess who shows up? The version of you whose free will aligns with my assumption shows up. So if I'm dealing with the person, you know what I'm saying, they're not treating me like I want to. When I then begin to change my assumption of how I am treated by them or by the world or by men in general or women in general, whatever, now energetically I give them the capacity to quote unquote change, which spiritually means another version of them can step forward whose free will is in alignment with mine. So I'm never impeding on anyone else's free will. I'm simply using my free will to choose. This is how free will works. My free will to choose who I am allows a version of them whose free will aligns with me to step forward. And this is true for everybody's reality. So in your reality, you talk to a version of me that you pull forward. In my reality, I speak to a version of all of you that I pull forward.
I think where a lot of people probably get lost at is we kind of obsess over the version we want to show up that does not show up.
Yeah.
And the time when that we want to show up. So it's kind of like it makes it feel impossible. Even.
Yeah. Sometimes it can, but it's not. Yeah. I think the thing is, especially when it comes to people, we have so many emotions tied to a person, right? You love that person, you've been with them, And now you're assuming a different version of them because you love them so much. And for 3-4 days, they still show up the same way. And you're like, damn, am I doing this right? What's going on, right? It can be very disheartening. But that is the test. That is the test right there. Are you basing your identity on who you say you are? Or are you basing your identity on the circumstances that you see outside of you? If you're basing them on the circumstances you see outside of you, you'll always just be reacting and then saying, I must be doing something wrong, and then switching up. Most of the issues, it's not about you doing any techniques wrong. It's simply you are either basing your identity on the circumstances. You're seeing something, you're saying, oh, I must be doing it wrong, which is an affirmation that you are doing it wrong, right? Or you're just not seeing the circumstances. You're assuming you're doing it wrong anyway. Most of the issues are from assuming you're doing it wrong. Oh, I need to affirm a different way. I need to visualize a different way. Maybe I'm not doing the state akin to sleep the right way. Am I not doing the robotic affirmations the right way? Do I have to control my feelings more? Are my thoughts taking me out of alignment? It's our assumptions that we are doing it wrong that lead to reality showing us that we are doing it wrong. Like the goddess said, right? It's just purely law of assumption. But go ahead.
No, finish.
Oh, no, that was it. Yeah, that was it.
Okay. I totally get what you're saying. I just was wondering if, in my instance, like I would create my SP, but I don't put like a lot of expectations on that person. Like I know what I want or what would fit my world, and then allow them to show up as such. But like I thought maybe they show up and they complete like 10 things out of the list, well, 8 things out of the list of 10. And so I thought, okay, this is not the person, it's somebody else. So I thought that's what you meant. But you were talking about basically the same person, but different versions of the same person.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about. And yeah, and like you even said, right, you still have the option to choose. You can choose. Hey, it's only 8 out of 10. Think about it, y'all. There's infinite versions of this person. There's infinite versions of that person that cheats on you and treats you like shit. There's infinite versions of them that adore you, would never cheat, would do whatever you say. If you told them to bark like a dog, they would do it, right? There's infinite versions of both sides. So you don't have to settle.
Yeah, that's true. If I'm being real with you, when it comes down to love, I find that I do detach a lot from people, and I couldn't figure out why. Well, I didn't want to figure out why. I just know that it's my way of survival, basically. And so now I am like assessing the way I do love and trying to change the old way of doing it because I realize it's selfish. And I missed your live you had one time about how people show up in love, that it's super selfish. And I just wanted to like get your take on that. Like, how do you see people usually love other people, and like what would you want love to look like? Well, you're not dictating love for everybody, but like, what would you dictate? What would you say?
Love. Number one, I would say presence. What a vast question. What a vast question. All right, so I would say several things. Maybe not number one, presence, but I would say that it's a choice to choose that person every day, okay? First and foremost. is that when it comes to human love, we're going to have moments where we don't see eye to eye. We might have moments where maybe we don't even like each other that day, but we continue to choose to be there, right? Over and over and over. And I had to start it with choice because I always talk about choice in terms of manifestation. So having someone where both of y'all choose each other, right? You choose to show up when it's difficult. You choose to show up when the other person's sick. You choose to show up when the other person gets on your nerves. You choose to show up when y'all love each other. You choose to show up when, you know what I'm saying, their parents are sick. You just continue to show up. I think that's number one. And showing up with presence. So, am I able to honor you? And am I able to be honored by you, right? So, honor you with presence, meaning, are the things that are important to you, do I take any kind of interest in them, right? Do I put that mirror up to you and see you as the God that you are, the goddess that you are? Do I continue to try to learn you, right? Do I study? Because you should be the most skilled person when dealing with your partner. You should be more skilled in getting them out of certain moods. You should be most skilled in turning them on. You should even be the most skilled in certain conversations with them, right? Because that is your partner. So I think I would start with those three, right? Presence and then choosing. Yeah, I'll end it right there.
Yeah, those are good ones.
How would
Those
you?
are actually good ones because most of the times we are in lust, is what I think,
Yeah.
and it consumes your mind because you were taught. I believe we were taught this way of loving from like Disney movies and fairy tale books and stuff,
Yeah.
where it's all about lust. And I went through my life like that, where it's attraction and passion and nothing more.
Yeah.
And then some people who blew my mind, I never really like got deep with them because I was afraid of losing myself. So I find like that in between space where I just kind of feel, and I've been battling with that always, just kind of because I'm writing a story, and to give you a little spoiler, the two couples when the guy took the second trip back to Earth, they don't get together in like a love situation like you would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
They had to like love each other in a different way. So kind of like friends. And I thought it was cool, like a little spoiler. Like not a spoiler, like a
Little synopsis.
like, yeah. Because love, you can be friends with someone and like care about them deeply because he knows who she is and why he's there, and she didn't want him the way he was expecting her to want him, and so he had to be there for her like he set out to do. So I thought that was good.
I like that, right? Showing up for somebody. Showing up is so important. Presence. Presence, choosing someone. My bad, man. So, one of the things that this is a discussion for another day. What else you got for me right now? Because I know I'm tired.
Yeah, I know you're tired. Me too. You can hear it. All right.
You got your bedtime story voice on. Matter of fact, you should just stay. You should just stay on the live right now and just read a story to everybody while we go to sleep.
What kind of story?
A good one.
What kind of story?
A good story. I'll let you choose it.
I don't have any.
I'm just
A long
playing.
story about it.
I'm just playing. I ain't gonna put you on the spot like that. Not this time. Not this time. Yeah.
Good night.
Good night, good night, good night. Good night, man. I appreciate you. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. Love y'all. Y'all have a great Labor. It's Labor Day, right? Y'all have a good whatever day it is, right? Enjoy time with your family. I'll probably be on in the morning and the evening. Right? Love y'all. Y'all have a beautiful, beautiful evening. Appreciate y'all as always. I always appreciate the conversation, the expansion, the beauty of all of your perspectives. Until next time. All right. Peace. Don't do anything dangerous tonight. All right. Later. Oh, by the way, y'all, just a little note to put out there. I know a lot of y'all are looking for good people. I want you to think about it. Right now, it's Labor Day weekend, okay? People are out turning up, drinking, doing all kinds of things, right? If you're a lady and you're looking for good men, just go through the comments. See all these men in here? These men, right? You know what I'm saying? They're trying to learn, trying to better themselves, right? Just for the love of the game, right? These eligible bachelors in the comments, right? Just go on and, you know what I'm saying? Just go on and try it out, right? Go on and try it out, right? Y'all have a good one. All right, peace.